less than that, not no less than 2 to 3 times a week, doing technical drills for the triple jump. Because it's such a complex discipline, you have to spend a little more time. You will do more of the bounding and the hurdle, medicine ball. You concentrate on sprinting, but it is not your main focus. So sprinting to me, when I do it, I do two times a week. Other coaches will have their own method, but for me, I do sprints twice a week and more concentrated more on the technical aspects.
I'm telling you, where we're from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Purple Trini, oh, cause they love how Trini does look, and they like how Trini does cook, and they like to hear Trini talk, and they love Trini woman walk.
It was very beneficial to me, especially because I am a jumper. I do the long jump and the triple jump. And this session today helped me realize the areas in triple jump where I'm lacking. I got some great advice from the demonstrator, from the coaches as well. They pointed out my weak points, the areas I need to work on. And it was pretty much a great day. It helped the athletes who aren't really triple jumpers and who are interested in learning triple jump, start off with a strong, base to learn it and to compete in competitions. So it was a great day. As of right now, my goal is to attain a track and field scholarship to head out, but in about 5 years or so, I'll still be doing the sport. I'm very passionate about it. It's something I don't see myself dropping anytime soon. So yeah, I'll still be in the sport. So far in 2019, I got the gold medal in the under-17 triple jump. Since then, it's been a bit difficult with injuries and stuff. I haven't really competed at the under-20 level per se, and well, it's been a rough road, since then. But with my coach, my teammates, and all of us putting in the effort, I see bigger things coming, better distances, faster times, because I'm also a sprinter as well. So it's been a rough road, but a good one. I'm telling I party until it rain, I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm mad and I'm mad. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and
down, don't be on the hips, right? Not in front, not in back. You're not coming there later. Yeah? So you're running, this is your running action when you're running. And get it up. Alright? And stay nice and tall and get hip up.
And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.
So it was really beneficial because I've only been dealing with the long jump, and I was afraid as an athlete before doing the triple jump. So the information given here, I think I may try to work with 2 athletes to see how best they can do with the triple jump. But the information here was really well. I've watched videos and I've seen some persons like in the hop phase, like the knee would have given out of them. I've even seen that in some championships where athletes wouldn't have even reached the pit. So that has been my fear, but with the information that was given here, I think that fear is gone.
A Trini, Purple Trini, oh, cause they love how Trini does look, and they like how Trini does cook, and they like to hear Trini talk, and they love Trini woman walk.
clinic was very beneficial for all the athletes, the coaches, because the facilitators took us from the point of a beginning athlete and what we need to do with an elite athlete. So if you didn't know anything about triple jumping, you got as much information as you need to start. If you're an experienced jumper, you had enough information here to cause you to continue along that journey to become successful. And even if you're at the elite level, you also got sufficient information to ensure that you become podium potential material. So it was very beneficial from that point of view. We were able to get information for all the levels, from amateur right up to professional. Right? The sport would become a lot more popular with the more clinics like these, because the more clinics like these is the more information we have that we could go back and spread the word. We could work with our athletes, we could encourage other coaches, we could encourage other athletes to become part of it. And I am also going to do my part towards exposing young athletes, student athletes into the sport, and also introducing and encouraging and motivating other coaches to get involved as well.
The banana hurdle. And once they start to refine that skill and they're a lot stronger, then you could probably incorporate something a little higher. So you're working on getting the height up there and I can reaction.
Every carnival I done there, plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Yeah, cause they know about Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to get Trini talk.
Posture and people doing it, and that's one of the reasons why. So once you start incorporating that, if you want to, you can have them use a broomstick, or you can have them use the bar without. That in itself is a couple pounds. Well, first things first, proper posture and safety when in the gym. A lot of them don't let anybody force you or push you into moving weights that you're not accustomed, because somebody wants to do a little competition. But remember why you want to incorporate weights in your program. Track and field athletes are not bodybuilders. They're not power lifters.
This one I was working with a gym person, and he was doing bodybuilding.
So it have gym persons and it have strength and condition coaches. Different, totally different.
So they would know for what activity you're doing. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're a power lifter, they know how to train.
That's
if you're
right.
a track and field athlete or a specific type of track and field athlete, they know how to train. So that's what I'm saying. So you will see throwers, shot putters, discus throwers doing good. You'll see them doing some type of speed work. It wouldn't be as much as a sprinter or maybe a jumper, but you'll see them doing it. So it's more of one and less of the other, depending on the event or the activity that you're doing.
A party until it rain.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad.
training, one must train at least 3 to 4 times per week. Doing hopping, bounding, hurdle drills, medicine ball, sprint drills, and also technique. Technique for me also is key. You have to do at least 2 to 3 times, not less than that, not less than 2 to 3 times per week, doing technical drills for the triple jump. Because it's such a complex discipline, you have to spend a little more time. You will do more of the bounding and the hurdle, medicine ball. You concentrate on sprinting, but it is not your main focus. So sprinting to me, when I do it, I do two times a week. Other coaches will have their own method, but for me, I do sprints twice a week and more concentrated more on the technical aspects.
I'm telling you, where we're from Trinidad and Tobago. I's a Trini, Purple Trini, oh, cause they love how Trini does look, and they like how Trini does cook, and they like to hear Trini talk, and they love Trini woman walk.
It was very beneficial to me, especially because I am a jumper. I do the long jump and the triple jump. And this session today helped me realize the areas in triple jump where I'm lacking. I got some great advice from the demonstrator, from the coaches as well. They pointed out my weak points, the areas I need to work on. And it was pretty much a great day. It helped the athletes who aren't really triple jumpers and who are interested in learning triple jump, start off with a strong, base to learn it and to compete in competitions. So it was a great day. As of right now, my goal is to attain a track and field scholarship to head out, but in about 5 years or so, I'll still be doing the sport. I'm very passionate about it. It's something I don't see myself dropping anytime soon. So yeah, I'll still be in the sport. So far in 2019, I got the gold medal in the under-17 triple jump. Since then, it's been a bit difficult with injuries and stuff. I haven't really competed at the under-20 level per se, and well, it's been a rough road, since then. But with my coach, my teammates, and all of us putting in the effort, I see bigger things coming, better distances, faster times, because I'm also a sprinter as well. So it's been a rough road, but a good one.
I'm telling I party until it rain, I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and
Down, do it be under your hips, right? Not in front, not in the back. You're not coming there later. Yeah? So you're running, this is your running action when you're running. And get it up. Alright? And stay nice and tall and get hip forward.
And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.
It was really beneficial because I've only been dealing with the long jump, and I was afraid as an athlete before doing the triple jump. So the information given here, I think I may try to work with 2 athletes to see how best they can do with the triple jump. But the information here was really well. I've watched videos and I've seen some persons like in the hop phase, like the knee would have given out of them. I've even seen that in some championships where athletes wouldn't have even reached the pit. So that has been my fear, but with the information that was given here, I think that fear is gone.
A Trini, Papa Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk.
The clinic was very beneficial for all the athletes, the coaches, because the facilitators took us from the point of a beginning athlete and what we need to do with an elite athlete. So if you didn't know anything about triple jumping, you got as much information as you need to start. If you're an experienced jumper, you had enough information here to cause you to continue along that journey to become successful. And even if you're at the elite level, you also got sufficient information to ensure that you become podium potential material. So it was very beneficial from that point of view. We were able to get information for all the levels, from amateur right up to professional. The sport would become a lot more popular with the more clinics like these, because the more clinics like these is the more information we have that we could go back and spread the word. We could work with our athletes, we could encourage other coaches, we could encourage other athletes to become part of it. And I am also going to do my part towards exposing young athletes, student athletes into the sport, and also introducing and encouraging and motivating other coaches to get involved as well.
The banana hurdle. And once they start to refine that skill and they're a lot stronger, then you could probably incorporate something a little higher. So you're working on getting the height up there and I can react.
Every carnival I done there, plus I know all artists and all the masterminds. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Papa Trini. Cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
Posture and people doing it, and that's one of the reasons why. So once you start incorporating that, if you want to, you can have them use a broomstick, or you can have them use the bar without. That in itself is a couple pounds. Well, first things first, proper posture and safety when in the gym. A lot of them don't let anybody force you or push you into moving weights that you're not accustomed because somebody wants to do a little competition. But remember why you want to incorporate weights in your program. Track and field athletes are not bodybuilders. They're not power lifters.
This one I was working with a gym person, and he was doing bodybuilding.
So it have gym persons and it have strength and condition coaches. Different, totally different.
So they would know for what activity you're doing. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're a power lifter, they know how to train.
That's
if you're
right.
a track and field athlete or a specific type of track and field athlete, they know how to train. So that's what I'm saying. So you'll see throwers, shot putters, discus throwers doing things. You'll see them doing some type of speed work. It wouldn't be as much as a sprinter or maybe a jumper, but you'll see them doing it. So it's more of one and less of the other, depending on the event or the activity that you're doing.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and all the masterminds. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, nah. So me boom boom.
training. One must train at least 3 to 4 times per week. Doing hopping, bounding, hurdle drills, medicine ball, sprint drills, and also technique. Technique for me also is key. You have to do at least 2 to 3 times, not less than that, not less than 2 to 3 times for the week, doing technical drills for the triple jump. Because it's such a complex discipline, you have to spend a little more time. You will do more of the bounding and the hurdle, medicine ball. You concentrate on sprinting, but it is not your main focus. So sprinting to me, when I do it, I do two times a week. Other coaches will have their own method, but for me, I do sprints twice a week and more concentrated.
Good morning, everyone. Can you stand for the national anthem, please? Standing for the invocation by Mrs. Joyce Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. Please bow your heads and close your eyes. Thank you, dear God, for waking us up to a bright, new, and sunny day. Thank you for bringing us here safely to attend the seminar organized by the Women's Committee of the N3As. Hasten the footsteps of those who are on their way so that they would benefit from everything that is being presented here today. Lord, guide the minds of all the athletes, in particular the young females who are present here, so that they would listen attentively and understand all that is being said. Finally, Lord, let us praise and thank the Women's Committee for bringing us here today to broaden our perspective in life. This we ask in your name. Amen. You may be seated.
Before we begin, unfortunately, one of our athletes, Timothy Hamilton, passed away last evening. I'd like to offer my condolences, or we would like to offer our condolences to his family and to his teammates. We would like to honor him by having a moment silent, 1 minute silence. May he rest in peace. Amen. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the NTA's TT Inspire Her Women's Seminar 2024. I would like to make mention to Mr. George Commission, President of the NTA's, Paul Voze, First Vice President, Mr. Durley Lucas, Second Vice President, and all other members of the NTA's. I'd also like to make mention of Ms. Kuki Melville, who is the chair of the Women's Committee. I would like to start by welcoming Mr. George Commission, President of the NTA's, to say a few words.
Thank you, Michelle. All protocols having been observed, ladies and gentlemen, let me formally welcome you to today's seminar workshop. They tell me I have to speak quickly this morning, but I tend to talk a lot. First, let me add my own condolences and that of the association to the family and friends, relatives of young Timothy Hamilton, a member of IG Fastlane. Timothy would have been injured in an accident on his way home after the championships back in June. And he would have spent, if you like, the last 5 months or so grappling with his injury. He has since succumbed, and we wish the family, friends, relatives strength at this difficult time. One of the subcommittees of the NTA's is the Women's Subcommittee, and each year, one of the things that they do is put on an annual seminar workshop, and this is the 2024 edition. I must thank those who are involved in putting together today's program, the hard-working members of the committee. Some of them have been around with us for a long time. I'm seeing Lucretia here with us, and she is perhaps, if you like, the mother of the annual event. So kudos to her and the other persons that are serving on that committee. I'm seeing some of the sponsors and their booths to the back, and I want to publicly acknowledge their contributions. Bryden PI Limited, Republic Bank Limited, Scotia Bank Limited, Farmtech Caribbean Limited, Nihis, Venture Credit Union, and Angostura Limited. My task was really an easy one, to welcome you. But when I look at the program, I just want to share some random thoughts in no particular order. Perhaps starting with the fourth session, which is really about a success story, and hopefully one that will serve to motivate the ladies in the audience. But I want to link that to some of the others that are coming. So, safeguarding in sport. I've been involved in the sport for the last 26 years. And during that time, we've had at least, I can recall 5, so it's possibly 6 anti-doping violations. And out of that big 6, if you like, 3 of them were offenses attributed to the females. So 3 out of 6, it might be 3 out of 5. In any case, whichever number you use, it means that the women were well represented in terms of the anti-doping breaches. So therefore, the session that will come later, anti-doping in sport, should be of particular relevance. Anybody here know what is a NIL contract? Some people say NIL, N-I-L. All right. It's a contract for the use of your name, image, and likeness. Within the last 3 months, 4 of our female athletes would have gotten NIL contracts. Those are agreements with a sponsor that you are paid for the use of your picture and anything related to your image and likeness. All right? And I am not aware of any boys, but I know that 4 girls, 4 of our junior athletes now have NIL contracts. But I'm linking that to the anti-doping, because if you have doping violations, that will almost rule you out of anything like a NIL contract. Keep that in mind. Safeguarding in sport, we have some parents at the back. While the focus, I'm sure, would be on the young ladies, it is a two-way, if you like, relationship, or lack thereof. I used to drive taxi in an earlier time, right? And I can tell you, in 1988, there were some young ladies in the secondary schools in the western part of the country. I don't want to call the schools, but those young ladies were extorting taxi drivers. The practice at that time, when you pull up by Green Corner, was to hold on to your pocket and threaten the taxi driver. In those days, it was $50 extortion. You pay, or I scream, rape, and I rip my pocket. Right? Those taxi drivers actually needed safeguarding guidance because they were being, if you like, subjected to abuse by the young ladies. I use that simply to say that it is a two-way situation, and while the focus will remain on you this evening, how do we ensure that we protect you from any breaches, but also protect persons with whom you come into contact? So with those comments, I want to encourage you to pay close attention to what is going to be shared. Ask as many questions as you possibly can. Don't be afraid to ask questions. The only foolish question is the one that has not been asked. Do enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And ladies, I forgot to mention my name. I am your Master of Ceremonies for the day. My name is Michelle Allen Penny. Welcome again. So we will head straight into the opening remarks by Ms. Kuki Melville, who is also the director of the entries.
Thank you for that introduction, Ms. Penny. Good morning again, ladies, to our parents. To our President, Mr. George Commission, our first Vice President, Mr. Paul Voisin, our second Vice President, Mr. Daly Lucas, to the members of the board, members of the Women's Committee, our presenters, all our sponsors, contributors and volunteers, to our Master of Ceremony, the media, our online viewers, our distinguished participants, which is our athletes, our parents, and our coaches. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to today's Women's Seminar. We are truly honored to host you today, and I want to take the opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to each of you for accepting this invitation. We know that at times it's challenging to get up early in the morning and get out your bed to come to an event for the entire day, but we really appreciate you all being here today, and we are sure that you will take away some nuggets here today that will be very influential in your life going forward. We at NAAtt pride ourselves as being one of the few, if not the only sporting body in Trinidad and Tobago that strives to make the most of its resources to support the development of our athletes, our coaches, our technical officials, and our volunteers. Throughout the year, we have provided various workshops for our coaches and our technical officers. I want to say that the dedication that you all have shown to our sport and your commitment to participating in these activities is truly inspiring. We are fully aware of the unique challenges we as females face within the sport, and one of those challenges we have seen is retaining our female athletes beyond the years of their teenage years, of the years of 19. We have seen that over the years, and what we want to ensure and instill in you that there's still life in track after you finish on the track. We have persons like myself who are now invested in athletics still within the administrative field. So we just want to encourage women, encourage you that even if you may not be participating on the track, we still have opportunities for you to give back to this sport after the track. So as NAAtt, we are committed to providing the necessary support to ensure you, your parents and coaches are equipped with the knowledge and the resources to navigate these challenges that you face. We aim to address issues that affect our performances, your self-confidence, and your desire to continue within the sport. So last year we would have had a seminar, Empower Her, and that focused on various topics including the menstrual health, gender equity in sport, and personal branding. As the president would have mentioned, the nil contract, which is something that is very important that could put you out there and it starts a life for you in terms of your financial status. So that could assist you in going forward in the sport of athletics. This year, we started off the session, we hosted the Inspire Her webinar series, which featured distinguished former and present athletes, including Ms. Thea Lafon. She is the 2024 World Champion and Olympic medalist. We also had our very own Daniel Prime, Dr. Daniel Prime, the two-time character Olympic medalist. Leah Bertrand, who is our Olympic finalist for this year. And Cleopatra, our four-time Olympian and one-time Olympic finalist. So these women, these incredible women that is, would have shared their personal stories during our webinar sessions and provided insights and advice, offering inspiration and valuable guidance from their experiences in track and field. I'm not sure how many of you would have tuned into that, but I am certain that the persons who did tune in did leave there with some invaluable thoughts and insights for themselves. I am thrilled this year to introduce our culminating event, which is the Inspire Her Seminar Workshop. And today's event aims to focus on creating and promoting a safe sporting environment, promoting clean sport through our anti-doping session, educating and empowering our financial literacy, and inspiring excellence. And the athlete that will be here to give some words of inspiration to you today will be none other than our 2009 world bronze medalist, Ms. Josanne Lucas. She's very excited to meet with you guys, and she has several nuggets to share throughout the session. I assure you that today's workshop is promised to be engaging and interactive, and I trust that you will also engage and participate, active participation. Feel free to ask questions and also share your own thoughts throughout the workshop. We aim to foster a collaborative, supportive environment where everyone can learn and grow together. So on behalf of the Women's Committee, again, I express my sincere gratitude for your presence here today. I also want to recognize and thank the clubs and the coaches and parents also for supporting these athletes and making the most of the opportunity to grow. We hope that the full support and involvement of the clubs, coaches and parents in our future initiatives will welcome any suggestions that will help to enhance our sports. I am confident that the insights shared today will inspire and empower you to become the best versions of yourselves as you continue on your athletic journey. So I do thank you, and I do hope that, I trust that you all will enjoy the rest of the session for today. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you, Kuki, for those inspiring words. And I really do hope that you heed what is going to happen today, the messages that would be disseminated to you today, and be able to use that to move forward. As Kuki said, we really need to see more of the females, more of the women move forward in track and field in Trinidad and Tobago, and I hope after today you all will really go with that. So our first speaker, and I met Miss Maria Thomas some time ago, and she's really a character. She's a joy to be around, and Maria is an anthropologist, excuse me, big words, dedicated to facilitating synergistic frameworks. She applies her specialties in education, socio-cultural studies, and sports safeguarding and leadership to contributing to the establishment of the implementation of sustainable team environments. Ms. Thomas is also the president of the T&T Rugby Union, and she has extensive knowledge and experience in safeguarding initiatives. Let me welcome Ms. Maria Thomas, who is going to speak on safeguarding.
Good morning, everyone. Ooh, the mic's already set. Excellent. Ooh, it's nice to see a full room today. Good morning, good morning. So I will be presenting on safe sport and safeguarding. I will have the screen, but this will count as your not screen time. So very quickly, the purpose of this presentation is to introduce the TTOC Safe Sport Commission, which is newly formed and is a resource that is available to all of you. We also want to be clear about our individual and collective responsibilities within the safeguarding in sport context. And we'll explore a little bit of poor, common, good, and best practice for communication. So the hope is that when you leave here, you're going to have a little bit more knowledge and you're going to know how to implement it. One of the words from my great introduction. Thank you very much. All right, so we will have a little bit of engagement. Not yet, so you guys can work yourselves up to it. And while you do, the TTOC Safe Sport Commission has a commitment to build a safeguarding aware culture and practice across all sports that prioritizes participants' well-being, to ensure that everyone understands and in practice that everyone knows what to do and knows their roles and responsibilities, to strengthen supporting systems and structures while valuing the knowledge and experience of sports personnel, and to support athlete-centered and trauma-informed approaches. The pillars of safeguarding for the Safe Sport Commission are safeguarding policy, safeguarding education and awareness, safeguarding systems and reporting and responding, safeguarding compliance, research, and collaboration. So all of those are ways that you are able to reach out to the Commission or get information from the Commission that can help you to have the best experience from sport. So understanding the safeguarding environment. Safeguarding is the measures that we take to ensure that everyone is safe from harm when involved in sport activities on and off the field. So, some of you may be a little bit familiar with safe sport or safeguarding. Has anyone heard those terms before? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I saw 6. All right, that's not half the room, so we're going to have an increase in hands by the end of this presentation. So safeguarding is a verb, it's action, right? It's something that we want to be doing all of the time. Those of you who have heard about it may have seen something in the news, or you may have heard about something through a specific sporting incident. And what we really want to do is take safeguarding and safe sport, right? We take the verb of safeguarding to create the noun of safe sport, because that's the environment that we want to be in. And we actually have the power to do that ourselves. Okay? Part of that comes from being able to recognize and respond to situations that make us uncomfortable. Now, in the safeguarding and safe sport language, the word abuse is often used, right? And this is very important. However, that's not the only thing that we want to deal with. Sometimes it can be a question of, is this abuse? Is it that serious? But if you are uncomfortable, then it means something is going on that needs to change, right? So it could be a misconduct, a mispractice, it could be a misunderstanding. But we have to be empowered and comfortable to talk about it and to say what is important to us. We get to know what makes us comfortable, and we get to communicate that to others. We also have the responsibility to be able to hear that from our counterparts. So very quickly, we're going to go over the definition by the IOC for abuse. Right? There are 3 points here. 1, acts of commission or omission that lead to a person experiencing harm. That harm can be 2, physical, emotional, sexual mistreatment that leads to injury or harm, or it can be 3, neglect, a lack of care, or failing to prevent another person from harming someone. What I will focus on this morning, who has their phone? Hold up your phone if you have your phone. I know there's more people than heard about safeguarding. I know you all have your phones. I didn't see a basket at the door. Right? So we have our phones, right? This increases everyone's access to us. In some ways it's awesome, right? It increases the access that our guardians have to us so they can reach us and we can reach them, right? It increases the access our friends have to us, our teammates, our coaches. It increases the access that we have to information, whether that's the news or just things that we enjoy looking at. You can shout them out from the room. Use your loud voice, your cheering voice, right? What apps do you have on your phone? What social media do you have on your phone? I see you smile, so I know you have them. Also, I have WhatsApp. Right, yeah. My phone is not a fun phone. Somebody tell me an app that I don't have on my phone. I do not have Snapchat. Okay, what's another one? LinkedIn? Locket? Whoosh, well, I'd never even heard of that one. Okay, we need to catch up. I need to update my information. I suppose we're not using Facebook? Okay, noted. Are we still using Instagram? Okay, we still on Instagram? And what else? TikTok? This was like, what, 5 years ago we did this dance? Right? That is massive access to you. And when you think of your physical person, you think, I can remove myself from a situation, right? I can choose what environments to be in. Your phone keeps you in environments all the time, right? And you always have it. And that means that people can access you who you perhaps would not give access to, or you would have given them limited access, right? So, through technology, we have to look at what types of misconduct, mistreatment, or abuse are happening, right? You can have coercion or exploitation, right? Grooming can start out from messages on a phone, right? You could be, someone could try to persuade you, or persuasion can happen to take inappropriate photos or share inappropriate images, or to take appropriate images and use them in a way that is inappropriate, right? That is also not fair. There can also be the promotion of self-harm or things that are not good for you as a person or for your sport journey. Remember, this access, that people have access to you, it's also your image. And so the things that you are sharing, right, you need to safeguard yourself as well and think, I need a big sponsor so that I can go all the way in my sport. Your sponsors are going to look at the type of things you have on those social media profiles because they have access to it. So safeguarding begins with yourself for yourself. And then it expands to everyone who is around you because we're all responsible for safe sport. We want a safe sport environment, right? There can be harassment, sending unwanted, inappropriate, abusive, hateful, violent, inappropriate message. Got that twice. It should be there twice, though, because sometimes people say, well, that's not a big deal. I didn't mean it like that, right? But you are the judge of that, right? Sharing personal images or videos without consent. I'm sure you're all in one chat group that has another little mini chat group, and then it have the one that is over here, right? And then what happens if a screenshot comes from this one and goes to that one? Right? Also, sending online threats, right? So there are different levels that we have to think about, but we want to be confident to address all levels. Stalking and tracking. Using someone's device without their permission to access their photos, messages, right? Using spyware or surveillance devices to track location, right? So sometimes it's great that someone can find your location. You're like, all right, here's my live. I'll come in, right? They say, oh, you're around the corner, send your live. You really there? You're really coming in 5 minutes, right? But other times that can be used to track your movements in a way that puts you at risk, right? Hacking devices and getting information without consent is another one, all right? So a lot of those you may not be experiencing. Hopefully you are not experiencing them, right? However, I'm going to talk about a few things that I think might be a little bit more relatable, and these are ways that you can be active in making sure that you're contributing to a safe sport environment, right? So we're going to have questionable content, right? Because we want to talk about all those gray areas where someone is telling you, just don't bother about that. It's fine. What I'm doing is fine, but you don't feel like it's fine, right? A message that makes the recipient uncomfortable, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about athlete-centered and trauma-informed. So remember these points when we get there. A message that makes the recipient uncomfortable, right? Inappropriate language or emojis, right? They say, well, I didn't tell you anything. And I am sure you all know what emojis mean a lot better than I do. I probably know like 5 things that are not the emoji. The visual of the emoji and the meaning of the emoji are different, right? But I know you know what I'm talking about, right? An ambiguous meaning in a message and the tone of a message, right? You know, there's a lot of times someone speaks to you, and if you just write out what they said, they say, I didn't say a single thing wrong, right? But you know the tone that they took with you when they spoke to you, or the context in which they spoke to you, right? And those things are also things that could make you feel uncomfortable, and it could make others feel uncomfortable. So if someone tells you they feel uncomfortable, it might be that you have to check yourself, right? Because maybe you didn't mean it that way. I've been in that situation more than once, right? I've said something and I meant, oh, I think this is awesome. It might be something I appreciate about the person. But I have one of those like angry faces, you know? So all the media and the cameras are going on right now, and I think I look really happy, and there's going to be a still of me looking like this, right? And all it takes is just having some communication so that we can all be a little bit more comfortable, rather than letting something bother you for a long time. Then you get really vexed. You're vexed with the person doesn't know where you're coming from. Now they're vexed with you, and all of it could have been solved by just saying, hey, I felt uncomfortable with that. Or my name is Maria, and you can use my name Maria. I don't want to be called these other things that you're saying that you think are nice, right? The audience, right? So isolating individuals, back to our phones, right? It's very easy to isolate someone when you're messaging them on their phone, right? When you're training with your team, everyone is there, right? And you can choose to walk away from the team to have a conversation, but there are people around to see that. What's happening in your phone, that can be isolating, right? So minors without a guardian, right? That can also be an issue right? You have guardians, and they help you to make sure that you always have your rights observed, right? And that guardianship can be your parents, your legal guardians at home. That duty of care is passed on to your coaches and everyone who you work with in sport, right? So all adults, when they interact with you, have a responsibility to look out for your best interests, but you also need to know what that is and what that means, because otherwise how will you know if there's some sort of advantage being taken, right? Public messages that create an inappropriate impression, right? So somebody could message and be like, oh, it's a public message on their, not Facebook, Instagram, right? But it says something about you that you don't feel represents you well or accurately. They might be putting you in a position where it's like, oh yeah, well, I'm signing this athlete and this is my athlete. And you're like, okay, well, no, but maybe am I going to get a contract? So you don't really want to say anything. You don't want to ruin your chance at a contract, right? But you're not comfortable. So that's something that you need to reach out to someone and speak to them about it. Right? So the relationship, we spoke about this a little bit, so adult to minor or minor to adult, right? So for the adults in the room, your coaches, right, everyone that you work with within the sport federation, they also have to safeguard themselves, right? And once they safeguard themselves, they also safeguard you. So that can be with things like power plays or abuses of power, whereby you may feel that you have to give a certain response because it could compromise your chances at getting the spot that you want in your sport. Timing and frequency of messages, right? So messaging late at night or, you know, when there isn't anything going on, as far as something for sport, excessive messaging. So it can be appropriate that you need to get a message, but why are you getting 5 messages, 10 messages, message, right? If you look at your social media profile and you have likes, right? So you like likes, you want to have a lot of likes. But if somebody just went through and liked every single one of your posts and they went back 5 years, that's a little bit of a red flag, right? That's a bit of a red flag, right? So these are all things that you can bring to someone's attention, even to your own attention, so that you understand the environment you're in. And you can communicate so that people have a common understanding of what the expectations are, right? Withholding communication is also one, right? So if someone is speaking to you all the time, real nice, and you set up a boundary, and now all of a sudden they're not talking to you, they do business with you again, right? That's an indication that they had an expectation because they've changed their behavior. So, what are some of the things that can contribute to abuse in sport? I'll go through these a little bit quickly. We talked about some of them. So a power differential. Where is there a power differential? We talked about it, so I know, you just have to shout it out. Where is there a power differential? Right, so the coach and the athlete. The coach has power over an athlete because the coach is choosing which athletes are going forward. They're choosing the team, right? So there's power there, and that has to be acknowledged. Embedded traditions and the culture of sport. So this is the normalization of poor practice, right? So a lot of times we're not doing things with the intention to cause harm, but there are ways that we could do it better. Okay? Fear of consequence, retaliation, not wanting to speak out, and it creates a culture of silence. Right? And this can often happen because maybe you don't want to offend someone, or you feel like, I don't think this meets the threshold of abuse, and I'm not comfortable coming forward and saying that, right? And I don't want those repercussions to come on me. It doesn't have to meet the threshold of abuse. If you feel uncomfortable, then you can speak about it, and you can also let your peers know, right, that there are spaces, safe spaces, that they can communicate those things. Some of those you can find through the Safe Sport Commission. You can also find them through like Sport TT services. There are a lot of different services that are coming up and becoming more available. They've been available for a long time, actually, but sometimes we just don't know. So all we have to do is ask a question. We don't have to put ourselves at risk. We can ask a question, and that will lead us to a safe space for us to communicate the necessary. Oh, well, look, I covered it. Lack of awareness, education, and collective understanding. Right? This is something where within your sporting environment, you can say, hey, let's just talk about the language we use with each other, right? How we're going to speak to each other. What happens when, an athlete is having a hard time? What are we going to do? They're already worried about maybe they're going to get cut from the team. How can we create a supportive environment and use language that shows them that they're part of a team and that we can grow together? One of the huge advantages that you have is competition. Competition is amazing. It brings out the best in you. It allows you to bring out the best in others. But very often we see that as a conflict. Like you have to stop somebody because they might take your space, right? Don't use your energy to stop anyone else. Use your energy to make yourself improve, and they will improve along with you. And when you look over and you say, oh, listen, I had a gym partner. She thought I was excessive in my competition. If she added 2.5 to the weight she was lifting, I was adding 5 to the weight I was lifting. And then she might look over and be like, all right, well, there you go. She added another 10, right? And that's how we would train. But it wasn't like someone won and someone lost. We both won because we both pushed it, and our max rep is going to be better because we challenged each other to be better. Right now, she's playing in a competition. And I'm so proud because I could say I've been a part of that journey, right? Because we all want to support each other in that way. A win at all cost mentality, right? You can't have a win at all cost because the cost sometimes is much more than the benefit of winning, right? And believe it or not, they say life is short, but it is longer than it feels like sometimes. You will have another chance. Taking care of yourself and making sure that both physically and mentally you are safe and you are comfortable and you are healthy is going to give you a much longer career and life in sport. And sport is an excellent tool to help you to do that in other areas of your life as well. And so then a lack of safeguarding systems for oversight and reporting, this can also contribute to abuse happening in sport. So I told you we were going to talk about trauma-informed and athlete-centered. We're going to start with athlete-centered. What would that mean? I forgot I can walk around with this. Yeah. What do you think athlete-centered means? Who are we focusing on if we focus on the athlete? We're focused on the athlete, athlete-centered. You can shout it out. What are you? Right, you're athletes. You're athletes, right? So it's very important. And within safe sport and safeguarding, athlete-centered is interchangeable with person-centered or individual-centered, right? And that will lead me into the trauma-informed approach. Using a trauma-informed approach does not mean that there has been trauma, right? It means that you are acknowledging the fact that there could have been, or that the individuals that you're interacting with could be coming from a different place than you are. Right? Some people talk hard all the time, right? Their house loud and boisterous and everybody's doing something and it's great, right? It's a party. Some people, they talk very soft and their house is very calm and very quiet, which is also great, right? I grew up in a house where, I would say it's more calm and quiet. My mom didn't shout. I don't know how she did it, but she was able to change the silence. And we would know, right? If she was upset about something or whatever. So then for me, if somebody is going to shout at me, like that's leveled all the way up, right? Because for my mom to shout at me, my mom shouted at me when I ran away from home one day, and I crossed too many streets, and it took her a long time to find me, and it was like dire straits for her, right? Sorry, mommy, for putting you in that position, right? So that means that for someone who thinks that, okay, you're going to shout because you're getting someone's attention, you're going to shout because it's a sport and you need to be loud because it's a big space, all of those things can be true. But if you notice that it's impacting someone negatively, then maybe it's because they came from an environment where they interpret that differently, right? Now that's a very broad example. There are specific examples as well. You know, someone could have had something happen to them, and anything that reminds them of that is going to make them react in a specific way, right? And you might interpret that reaction, or your reaction might be interpreted as not being cooperative, right? And perhaps in a negative light. And so, and I can tell you that your coaches and your administrators and everyone, they're also on board with this so that they can give you a better experience and understand you better. All they need is for you to communicate with them as well, right? And so that's finding an appropriate time and place to say, I'm trying really hard at training, I'm working very hard, and I'm hearing you that I'm not doing something correctly, but it's making me shut down when I'm shouted at, or when you're telling me what I'm doing wrong, and it's not helping me to understand how to do what I need to do correctly. Right? You start training and you're doing it, and it's okay. We're trying to run a specific drill. We're doing it wrong. We're doing it wrong. We're doing it wrong. We're not leaving until we do it right. The sun is setting. We're still going. We're still doing it wrong. Finally, we get it right. Okay, go home. Well, my body was doing it wrong for 20 times. And once for one time. Right? You all know about your muscle memory. You know you're training your body to do something. Right? So you have to make sure that you acknowledge when you're doing it right, and that you do it right more than you did it wrong. And that applies both to your physical training, but also to creating a safe sport environment. Any questions? You can ask questions. You could all stand up and sit down, because I see a little bit cold in here. No? We're not frozen yet? I think there's a break right after this. So, a few examples that I think you can implement very easily, even starting from today, for good practice, in the context of language, right? A poor practice example. What's a poor practice example? Can we throw a couple? You have to be a little louder for me. What would be a poor practice example of communication? How would someone communicate and you don't think that it's helpful, it's not appreciated, or it makes you uncomfortable? The use of jargon or slang. That is a good one, because those things can mean different things to different people. And they may not be appropriate. They may not be appropriate for the sporting environment, and it might flat out be misunderstood. Thank you. What's another one? What's a poor practice? Tone. Thank you. I like that. I like that. Especially sometimes you see some emails and some texts and you're like, ooh, this needs to be a phone call, because if I'm reading all of this in this writing, I'm sure that's not how you mean to be speaking to me. Right? So sometimes it's helpful to have something written out in a text, but a lot of times it can get confused. Your tone is important. Right? Excessive shouting is another one. Obscene and vulgar language, or offensive and abusive language. Right? So those are all poor practice. What's a good practice example? It's a good way to communicate. What can you be with your language? Yes?
More clear when you're speaking.
Being clear when you speak. Very good. And you can check that, right? You can ask the person, do you understand what I'm saying? Or what did I just say to you? Right? Another one? Yes? Speaking to people in an encouraging way? Yes. Yes, being encouraging in the things that you say and supportive in your language. Yes?
being understandable, so meaning even if you're conversing with someone, you ask them if they have like something to say or like understanding, encouraging and understanding.
I love that, right? So she's getting feedback in the conversation, which helps her to know that her message was received the way she meant it, right? Because that's a big one. Sometimes we say things, but it's how it's received, and sometimes people don't receive it the way you mean it, right? In communication, this is another thing that you can set up, right? So sending private messages to children, right? That is a poor way of communicating. Using social media to send messages directly, in this context, to children, minors. I don't know if you don't like being called children, so see, we can get feedback there. You can be like, I am not a child, I am doing all these things, right? Legally, you are minors, right? And so that is the context in which this is said. Don't want you all leave and be like, wow, she spoke to us like we just these little babies. Right? Inappropriate texts and images. And a good practice example is sending messages through the parents, the use of notice boards. So you can have, or that might be a WhatsApp group or a group. Well, Facebook has groups. I don't think Instagram has groups, right? Oh, it does now. Okay, okay. I am glad that we're all learning today. That's good. I'm learning a lot as well, right? Written notes to parents, right? So anything, any message that comes to you, neither you nor the person sending it should feel uncomfortable if the whole team sees it, if your parents see it, if your friends see it. There shouldn't be any discomfort there, right? If you get a message and you think, I don't think my guardian would like this, there's a problem with the message and it needs to be shown to them, right? In relationships, in a sport environment, right? It's definitely poor practice to have an intimate, sexual, disrespectful, or overly friendly relationship, right? And sometimes it can be hard to understand what that is, right? Because you're looking for guidance and you're learning. But you are a part of creating that environment. That if you come away with one thing, it is that you are empowered to be a part of creating the environments that you are in. Okay? And good practice examples, relationships should be respectful, they should be open, honest, and trustworthy. Okay? Transportation is another one, right? Sometimes it's difficult traveling, taking different cars. Are you in a private car? Do you have a team bus? And one of the things that you can do to make a better practice of transportation is using those groups and that communication. So when you're traveling, your coach knows where you are, your parents know where you are, your guardian knows where you are, right? It's not just you saying, okay, I got in a car, I didn't mention to everyone. I think we've all seen that, you can know the license plate of the car you're getting into, etc. That's an example of when you can use a live location, right? If you have to travel somewhere, right, by yourself or with someone who you don't know, that's a positive way that you can use that to safeguard yourself. All right, how are we doing for time? Ooh, okay. So, the tool that you can use for any of this, right? There are different types of tools you can use, but I hope that you would understand what to do if you have a concern, right? So this can be a concern that you have personally, or can be an allegation that has come to you, or something that you've witnessed or seen that impacts someone else, right? So, who do you contact, right? You can contact your coaches, you can contact your parents, but through Safe Sport, we are also introducing safeguarding officers. And you can contact a safeguarding officer because sometimes you're really not comfortable talking to any of the people that everyone tells you to talk to. That's the reality of it, right? So you can identify a safeguarding officer who you can speak to, right? And yes, there are things that will need to be disclosed. When you are being harmed, there are things that that person is now legally responsible to look out for your best interest and make sure that you are safe, right? Outside of those, that person is going to maintain confidentiality with what you tell them. You can talk to them about your feelings or ask them questions or get guidance, right? And you can be a part of seeing how that is moved through to change the environment and improve the environment that you are in. When should you do it? Well, you should do it immediately. The sooner you do it, the better. Because it might be something that's very simple that can change over, right? I like languages. And so someone taught me something like a cool way to say hi to someone in another language, right? And one way is a cool way to say hi, like as your brethren. And another way, it is not cool, and it is insulting. Right? And then I had the opportunity, because someone who spoke that language is here, and so I asked. When I said, I was like, is it okay if I say this? And they kind of smiled and chuckled, right? He's like, yeah, you could say that. You could say that, right? I said, but it's bad if I say it like this, right? He goes, yeah, no, don't say it like that. Right? So I had a person that I was comfortable asking the question to, but had I gone and said that to someone else, it could have been very inappropriate. I also had to double check, because I'm not going to, I mean, it might be hilarious to tell me, hey, yeah, say this to someone in this language. It means this, right? So you can check, and if you're not sure, you can communicate that. Okay? So immediately. Because if that person was uncomfortable and they didn't immediately tell me, and I didn't realize, then I'm going to go and make a lot of other people uncomfortable thinking that I learned a cool new thing, which was not cool. Right? How do you contact them? In some cases, you can actually just tell someone verbally. Right? If it's something more uncomfortable and you need to contact a safe sport officer, you can ask through your federation who would provide, but you can also go to the Safe Sport Commission. Right? And they will absolutely put you in contact with someone who you can speak with. And then what should you record? Because it's important to record things. If something has made you uncomfortable, maybe some of you keep journals or diaries. You can write it there. It might not be something that you're going to say every single time, you know. But if you keep a diary or a journal or a record of it, then you have something that is very important, because when you make a report, right, nothing can be done if there isn't a documented report. And sometimes even when there is, it doesn't meet a threshold that something can be done, right? So say someone is calling you girl all the time, but they use in a tone. You can't, it's not going to work. You can't say, this person called me girl. I would like something done about that, right? Well, did you explain to them that you prefer to be called by your name? Is this something that's happening all the time? Right? I don't know how many of you have siblings, and so that you don't get in trouble, you figure out how to use a tone a little way. And because your sibling knows that you're doing it to bother them, they're very upset about it. But you'll say, but there's nothing wrong with the words that I said. Right? That's the kind of thing that if there's a repetition of it, it's happening all the time, that becomes bullying. Right? That's why bullying is so difficult to deal with. And there needs to be documentation for everyone who's responsible for creating the environment to be able to deal with that. Right? So when you see the frequency of the occurrence, then it's easier to do something about it. Do you have questions around that? I'm condensing a lot of stuff. So if you have questions, we're just getting to the end, and I know there is a question period. So to implement this process, recognize and respond is important. So you need to recognize that someone is being harmed or may be at risk of harm. And in this context as well, recognize that you're not feeling comfortable. You need to be able to respond to it. You need to respond appropriately if someone tells you that something is concerning. So we talked about that trauma-informed response and being athlete-centered and person-centered, right? So that's managing your response so that that person is comfortable. And then you can report, so you can report the concern to a designated person, which would be a safeguarding officer, and that person is going to assist you in recording. You can record for yourself and provide it, but they can also help you in the process of recording it. And all of that is so that the situation can be remedied. All right, now just as we open out into the question and answer segments, you can think about any new insights or new learning from this session. Things that squared up with your beliefs, which either they could have squared up because they aligned or they could have squared up because they did not align. And things that are going around in your mind. So things, usually we wait a little while, and on the next session we would ask these questions. But if you have things going in your mind right now, then this is the time to ask. So it can be a question, or if you'd like to share something, you can also share.
In my opening comments, I did mention the taxi drivers, and in your presentation, you gave some advice to the young ladies with respect to transport. Any advice for the parents?
Yes. Yes. So advice for the parents, right? And I have been in this position myself. You know, you have teammates, your child's friends, and you think, okay, yes, of course I'll drop you home because that is better than having to travel. It is better than having to walk. And there's a really simple solution. Once you set up even a group chat, is ideal that you have for the team with the parents and the coaches, and even the athletes can be in that chat as well, right? And you can just message in that group, and everyone knows, hey, we're leaving training now. These are the athletes that I have in my car, and everyone is getting dropped home, right? Trying to have, not to have only one athlete who's not your child in the car at a time. And if you don't have a group set up yet, as you can see, we have very tech-savvy people in this room, so perhaps they can help set up that group, right? But even just saying, all right, what's your guardian's number, your mom, your dad, and giving them a phone call or sending them a text, even better, because a text it's something you can document and pull up, right? And just letting them know. It's as simple as that, right? Because it's definitely, that's a good thing that we're doing, making sure that everyone gets home safe. We can just communicate it. Other questions?
Some things are cultural. So sometimes, let me use a bad example. We close to the end of training. And as coach, I say, okay, 2 more laps. But my friend here says she's thirsty. Is a fine line. Do I force her to do the 2 laps and then get the water? Or do I feel sorry and let her go for the water? That's my first question. The second question is related to that. If she always asking for water, would it change my
Right,
response?
so then that crosses over into what we talked about, frequency. Right? So you have a bit of player welfare in that as well, right? And context is always very, very important. If you've had a really hard training session, it may not be a benefit to run 2 more laps, right? Having laps or physical challenges as a punitive action, as a punishment, is controversial, right? It might be if you play a ball sport and you drop a ball, that, okay, for every drop ball you have to do 2 push-ups, right? Now, in rugby, which somewhere on my clothes it says rugby, that could be good, because probably if you drop the ball, you might have gone into contact, you do a push-up, you come back up, that's strengthening your body, it's doing something alongside the sport, right? If you drop a ball and you have to do 10 push-ups or 20 push-ups, at this point, it's not helpful. It's slowing down training, it's exhausting you, and it's not part of your training program. You should be having a training program, and overtraining is problematic. That goes into a player welfare issue, and then it can even go into a safeguarding issue, where I said, does this happen all the time, right? So if you're asking for water all the time, then maybe if you've identified an athlete who does that, you can ask them a question. Is it that you need more water? Maybe they don't drink water all day, so they're really thirsty, and they actually are at risk in your training session because the only water they drink is what is at training, right? So what is so important is to identify the context and talk to each other about it. If you see, as a coach, something that you think, I don't know why this athlete is acting like this, how do you find out why? You ask a question. You can't walk away and think all the reasons that you're not doing it because you're lazy, or you don't want to be a team player, or you just have a problem with authority. Well, there's a question and we can find that out and we can learn. So, and both ways. The athletes can learn that about their coaches, and the coaches can learn that about their athletes. Athlete-centered, person-centered. Drink water throughout the day. I didn't drink enough water yesterday. I think I can hear it right now. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Okay, miss. So like, put not coach and athlete, but parent and athlete. So say, per se, like a other parent, I mean other athlete's parent, and they like have differences with the athlete, meaning me, say, well, say it's meaning anything, and like they have in certain things to say, and they have like ultimate power difference.
Yes.
Power. So like.
Thank you. So yes, so this can be peer-to-peer. It can be adult to minor. It can even be, a minor can be doing things that put an adult at risk, right? But that responsibility still falls to the adult. So if it is another parent, this is a big part of why having designated safeguarding officers is important. Because sometimes the person that you need to ask a question about is your parent, your friend's parent, your coach, etc. And then because of that power difference, it's difficult to talk about. So identifying that safe sport or safeguarding officer, that is a person that does not have that power differential over you. Does that answer your question? Yes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes still? Oh, we're going good. Oh, okay. Was there another question in the front? Oh, okay. All right, so, and if anyone wants to reach out to the Safe Sport Commission, that can be done through the TTOC. The reporting email is safeguarding@ttoc.org, right? And that's if you need to report something, and that will go through a process. There is a triage officer, one person who has access to that email. And then based on the content of the report, it goes through a triage process whereby the next steps are identified, and your information is always used in a way that manages the confidentiality. No one sees information who doesn't have to. If it's something that is a high risk, then yes, the Children's Authority or the police will be contacted immediately. Right? You can also reach out to me, or within your organization. I can tell you there's lots of people who are coming through who can assist you with that. And you can ask, who can you ask? From N3As, we're going to identify the person from N3As who you can ask after I run out that door if you would like to have a follow-up conversation.
Lord is in Trinidad, she's in South. Really, Amina Homewood. So we do have two safeguarding officers that you could reach out to. That is separate from the support systems that may be in a club. Separate and apart from the support systems that you may have in your club, you can reach out to any of the two safeguarding officers that are part of the N3A setup.
All right, so thank you guys for being a wonderful audience. I know this is sometimes a tough topic to get started with first thing in the morning, but I think it is something important to apply to everything else. I believe that after the break, your next one is anti-doping, and so they kind of are great because you can make sure that when you go through those processes that you have representation so that this is a continuation of a safe sport environment. So thank you very much. I will make sure that my information is available in case any of you would like to reach out to ask any further questions or share some experiences that you think would be valuable as we make sure to develop safe sport in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Maria. I'm sure you all learned a lot. So some takeaways will be, of course, to support each other. Be kind always. Speak up, because we know there are people out there who can help, and keeping you safe is our responsibility, is everyone's responsibility. At this time, we would like to present Maria with a token of our appreciation, and to do that would be Mr. George Commission, President of the Entries TT. Thank you very much, Mr. Commission. Thank you very much, Maria. Just some housekeeping messages. Of course, you would all by now know that your bathrooms are to my left, your right, to the doors in the back there. And also, of course, when we're having the seminars or the talks, please have your cell phones on silent or vibrate at this time. At this time, we will have a break. And you could explore all the displays to the back. Farm Tech is here, and Naaatt is here, and you could explore some of what they have here. Let me, before I do that, welcome the Lucases. Miss Josanne Lucas, her mommy and relatives are here. Good morning to the Lucases. Good. So at this time, we have a break. There are some fruits to my left here. There is coffee, tea, water, and there's also Naaatt and Farm Tech to your back. Thank you very much.
More the technical aspects.
I'm telling you, where we're from Trinidad and Tobago.
And really triple jumpers, and who are interested in learning triple jump, start off with a strong, base. Strong, base to learn it and to compete in competitions. So it was a great day. As of right now, my goal is to attain a track and field scholarship to help.
Dressing up in my dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and
Down, it will be on the hips, right? Not in front, not in back. We're not coming here later. Yeah? So we're running, this is your running action when you're running. And get it up. Alright? And stay nice and tall and get hip forward.
and they like to get Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.
It was really beneficial because I've only been dealing with the long jump, and I was afraid as an athlete before doing the triple jump. So the information given here, I think I may try to work with two athletes to see how best they can do with the triple jump. But the information here was really well. I've watched videos and I've seen some persons like in the hop phase, like the knee would have given out of them. I've even seen that in some championships where athletes wouldn't have even reached the pit. So that has been my fear, but with the information that was given here, I think that fear is gone.
A Trini, Papa Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk.
The clinic was very beneficial for all the athletes, the coaches, because the facilitators took us from the point of a beginning athlete and what we need to do with an elite athlete. So if you didn't know anything about triple jumping, you got as much information as you need to start. If you're an experienced jumper, you had enough information here to cause you to continue along that journey to become successful. And even if you're at the elite level, you also got sufficient information to ensure that you become podium potential material. So it was very beneficial from that point of view. We were able to get information for all the levels, from amateur right up to professional. The sport would become a lot more popular with the more clinics like these, because the more clinics like these is the more information we have that we could go back and spread the word. We could work with our athletes, we could encourage other coaches, we could encourage other athletes to become part of it. And I am also going to do my part towards exposing young athletes, student athletes into the sport, and also introducing and encouraging and motivating other coaches to get involved as well.
The banana hurdle. And once they start to refine that skill and they're a lot stronger, then you could probably incorporate something a little higher. So you're working on getting the height up there and that reaction.
Every carnival I done there, plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm a Trini, Papa Trini, a Trini. Cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
Posture and people doing it, and that's one of the reasons why. So once you start incorporating that, if you want to, you can have them use a broomstick, or you can have them use the bar without. That in itself is a couple pounds. Well, first things first, proper posture and safety when in the gym. A lot of them don't let anybody force you or push you into moving weights that you're not accustomed because somebody wants to do a little competition. But remember why you want to incorporate weights in your program. Track and field athletes are not bodybuilders. They're not power lifters.
This one I was working with a gym person, and he was doing bodybuilding.
So it have gym person and it have strength and condition coaches. Different, totally different.
So they would know for what activity you're doing. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're a power lifter, they know how to train.
That's
if you're a track and field athlete or a specific type of track and field athlete, they know how to train. So that's what I'm saying. So you'll see throwers, shot putters, discus throwers doing. You'll see them doing some type of speed work. It wouldn't be as much as a sprinter or maybe a jumper, but you'll see them doing it. So it's more of one and less of the other, depending on the event or the activity that you're doing.
Ready?
1, 2, 3. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and all them.
Also is key. You have to do at least 2 to 3 times, not less than that, not less than 2 to 3 times for the week, doing technical drills for the triple jump. Because it's such a complex discipline, you have to spend a little more time. You will do more of the bounding and the hurdle, medicine ball, you concentrate on sprinting, but it is not your main focus. So sprinting to me, when I do it, I do two times a week. Other coaches will have their own method, but for me, I do sprints twice a week and more.
5 years or so, I'll still be doing the sport. I'm very passionate about it. It's something I don't see myself dropping anytime soon. So yeah, I'll still be in the sport. So far in 2019, I got the gold medal in the under-17 triple jump. Since then, it's been a bit difficult with injuries and stuff. I haven't really competed at the under-20 level per se, and well, it's been a rough road, since then. But with my coach, my teammates, and all of us putting in the effort, I see bigger things coming, better distances, faster times, because I'm also a sprinter as well. So it's been a rough road, but a good one.
I'm telling you, nah. So me I party until it rain, nah. I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt. I'm telling you, where I'm from Trinidad and
down, don't be on the hips, right? Nothing in front, nothing back. You're not coming here either. Yeah? So you're running, this is your running action when you're running. And get it up. Alright? And stay nice and tall and get hit forward.
And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.
So it was really beneficial because I've only been dealing with the long jump, and I was afraid as an athlete before doing the triple jump. So the information given here, I think I may try to work with 2 athletes to see how best they can do with the triple jump. But the information here was really well. I've watched videos and I've seen some persons like in the hop phase, like the knee would have given out of them. I've even seen that in some championships where athletes wouldn't have even reached the pit. So that has been my fear, but with the information that was given here, I think that fear is gone.
A Trini, oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk.
The clinic was very beneficial for all the athletes, the coaches, because the facilitators took us from the point of a beginning athlete and what we need to do with an elite athlete. So if you didn't know anything about triple jumping, you got as much information as you need to start. If you're an experienced jumper, you had enough information here to cause you to continue along that journey to become successful. And even if you're at the elite level, you also got sufficient information to ensure that you become podium potential material. So it was very beneficial from that point of view. We were able to get information for all the levels, from amateur right up to professional. The sport would become a lot more popular with the more clinics like these, because the more clinics like these is the more information we have that we could go back and spread the word. We could work with our athletes, we could encourage other coaches, we could encourage other athletes to become part of it. And I am also going to do my part towards exposing young athletes, student athletes into the sport, and also introducing and encouraging and motivating other coaches to get involved as well.
I'm telling you.
them do it over the banana hurdle. And once they start to refine that skill and they're a lot stronger, then you could probably incorporate something a little higher. So you're working on getting the height up there and having reaction.
Every carnival I done day, plus I know all artists and all the mass minds. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, as a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
Posture and people doing it, and that's one of the reasons why. So once you start incorporating that, if you want to, you can have them use a broomstick, or you can have them use the bar without. That in itself is a couple pounds. Well, first things first, proper posture and safety when in the gym. A lot of them don't let anybody force you or push you into moving weights that you're not accustomed because somebody wants to do a little competition. But remember why you want to incorporate weights in your program. Track and field athletes are not bodybuilders. They're not power lifters.
This one I was working with a gym person, and he was doing
bodybuilding. So it have gym persons and it have strength and condition coaches. Different, totally different.
So they would know for what activity you're doing. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're a power lifter, they know how to train.
That's
if you're
right.
a track and field athlete or a specific type of track and field athlete, they know how to train. So that's what I'm saying. So you will see throwers, shot putters, discus throwers doing gym. You will see them doing some type of speed work. It wouldn't be as much as a sprinter or maybe a jumper, but you will see them doing it. So it's more of one and less of the other, depending on the event or the activity that you're doing.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and all the mass minds. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad. I'm telling
you, one must train at least 3 to 4 times per week. Doing hopping, bounding, hurdle drills, medicine ball, sprint drills, and also technique. Technique for me also is key. You have to do at least 2 to 3 times, not less than that, not less than 2 to 3 times per week, doing technical drills for the triple jump. Because it's such a complex discipline, you have to spend a little more time. You will do more of the bounding and the hurdle, medicine ball. You concentrate on sprinting, but it is not your main focus. So sprinting to me, when I do it, I do two times a week. Other coaches will have their own method, but for me, I do sprints twice a week and more concentrated more on the technical aspects.
I'm telling you where we're from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk.
It was very beneficial to me, especially because I am a jumper. I do the long
And next thing you know, you can't catch your breath, oh God, your chest hurting, next thing you collapse, and you could die. So it's to protect athletes' health, protect your rights to fair play, and know that when you and I line up at the start line, I am running against an athlete who is running on their natural talent, ability, skills, and strength, and not an athlete with super gas in their tank and you running on fumes, right? So it's to protect your rights to that, to ensure that whoever you're competing against, competing straight up with nothing helping them. To protect the sport in general. Usually you find after in a sport, a lot of athletes are found to have used drugs. People start to question all the results in sports. So, for example, right now, Sydney McLaughlin, the Ronnie, every time she runs a 400-meter hurdle, she seems to break her world record. Everybody starts to wonder, I wonder if that's natural, right? So people start to question the sport. Every time somebody breaks a record, they might be on drugs, right? So doping and doping control is done to prove that when an athlete does an exceptional time or any kind of performance, it is fair, it is clean, and you could trust the results. And of course, it protects adversaries. Each other year here, this competition ends. When you line up, you're looking at one, I'm going to beat you, right? But you don't want her thinking, I can't beat you and I have to do something. So it also protects your adversary, the people you're going to compete against. So all of that and all the efforts of doping control is done in an effort to protect everybody, the sport, the athlete, even all sponsors who invest in athletes, all for their protection. But what exactly is doping? Question time. What is doping? Think about it. Somebody give one of the good answers to the back, so they can just repeat it. What is doping? You give me the nice big fad. You gave it to me earlier. The use of drugs, that's one of it. And remember I told you it's not only the use of drugs. Because now, anything can be used, not just popping a pill, can be considered doping. What else could be considered doping? Yes. It could. Not quite, not necessarily, but it could, because she asked if, it can affect you emotionally. I mean, you don't really feel good losing all the time. So you could be affected if the person you are going up against with beating you, and everybody say, wait, boy, that's your father, it's only licks you in there, that kind of thing. And it takes a toll on you emotionally, you start to get bullied. You can't win nothing, boy. The only thing you might win is lotto and all them kind of sort of things. So you could get that. So the mic is there.
Not necessarily just in track and field, but relaxants for like archery and those type of.
Precisely. So there are a number of things that can be considered doping, and there are anything that is used or goes against the rule. It's called an ADRV, which is an anti-doping rule violation. And there are many ways you can violate the anti-doping rules, because there are rules. Over the years, every case that they encountered, they had to develop a rule on every scenario that came up. And scenarios keep coming up. So the rules keep changing and they're adding rules regularly. And I'll go with. So the first thing that's considered doping is called, one of the rules is if there's a presence of drug in your system. And one caution to give is that sometimes you may take something for a headache, from your period pain, you get a little pain in your knee, and coach say take this, or mommy say rub this. You didn't plan to take something in violation of your rules, did you? But something contained in some ingredient in that thing you take might be prohibited for an athlete. So any presence of any prohibited substance in your body, whether you knew it was there or not, that's a rule violation. Intentional use, well, you know for sure you're going and pop this pill because they tell me once I take this, nobody ain't catching me. My number will be looking small on my back because I'm down there and I'm still up here. So if you do intentional use, definite violation. Evading. So I am a DCO and I have been told that I need to go and find good Miss Pink Jersey here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I told her, and she'd call her, I said, girl, they come in and look for your 6. And I reached my house, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning, you're supposed to be home. When I call, and let's say she's your mommy, and I call her Sandra here. No, she's not here, no. Me know where that child go, and she's not here. I say 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, I go. I come back. I go into, they say, oh, I go back. Maybe she really wasn't there, go back. You say, she know now 5 o'clock in the evening. Nah, I don't know, she ain't come home at all. You start to get suspicious. You say, hey, this girl ain't living here again. She moved. But what they have done is they tried to hide or duck, as they would say, and evade me getting a sample that could be sent to the lab to test. So they didn't find anything in your substance or in your body yet, because I ain't get you. So just the act of trying to duck and hide and evade is a violation. One of the cautions we tell the athletes, when you are approached to provide a urine sample, which is the most common way we test for performance-enhancing substances, as soon as they approach you and say, hi, you have been selected for doping control, you can't say no. If you say no, that is an immediate violation. You're supposed to comply, you're supposed to say, okay, no problem, because once you say that, it means that you have nothing to hide. Another violation is whereabouts. Whereabouts, and I will explain quickly. The elite athletes, like Miss Josanne Lucas, who you will hear from later on. So Josanne would have won medals, would have been world champion or been a medalist at a world championship. All of these high-performing athletes get put into something called a testing pool. They take your name, they build a nice database, and they say, okay, Deja Reed, always winning as under 17. Now, she is going to look like she's going to be an elite athlete. So immediately, once you start winning, people start taking notice. And they take all of your names and they put it in what is called a testing pool. Once you get at that stage in a testing pool and at the elite level, you have to go onto the system for World Anti-Doping Association, WADA system, a system called ADAMS. ADAMS basically is a system where you will put in your information where you will be at any given time in your life. So this is a planned event. So in, let's say, October, if you are in the testing pool, you are supposed to go in and put in your whereabouts information, meaning where would you be, and you put in that on November 23rd, 2024, between the hours of 9 to 5, I will be at the Racket Center in Tacarigua at a seminar. Somebody should be able to come through the door now and say, knock, knock, knock. What's your name? Knock, knock, knock. We are here to find Khalees. We are here to do a doping control. I am supposed to find Khalees here because Khalees said she was going to be here since October. If I do not find Khalees here, she's in violation of her whereabouts information. If Khalees knows she wasn't coming to the seminar today, last night, you should have gone on the computer, click, click, click. Okay, I'm no longer going to be at that seminar. Feeling sick, I'll be home. So that the people who are then going to send me to find you will say, okay, no, she's no longer going to be in Tacarigua. She will be home. So they would then say, don't bother to go to Tacarigua, go and look for her home. If you didn't do that, you're in violation and could be banned. So whereabouts is one. Tampering, so we collected your urine and we more or less went to do something else, like sign a paper, and somebody quickly take your pee and switch it out with somebody else's pee. That is done. That is called tampering. That's a violation. People actually used to work with other people pee in a bottle, I'll tell you all that. So when you think you're getting their pee, you're getting somebody else's pee that's supposed to be clean. Sounds yucky, like really nasty, you do that. Possession is another one, and possession just means you have performance-enhancing drugs or prohibited items in your possession. Again, it's not always having known drugs. Sometimes you could be using a rub, or somebody gave you a supplement and it has a prohibited substance in it. That can be considered possession. So we're going to talk as we go pretty quickly along of how you can avoid some of those things. Well, drug trafficking is always a crime, and even in sport, it is an anti-doping violation. So you are not the athlete, but you are somebody helping the athlete take the drugs. The person helping you might give you that little injection to say, all right, good. That person giving you the injection also is in violation and can be charged. Complicity means, what's your name? Jenny? You know your friend taking drugs, You know. And you ain't telling nobody. You are guilty. She is guilty. You are complicit. You are helping her hide the fact that she's taking drugs. So think about that. You didn't do anything, but you know something going on and you didn't say anything. That is a violation, right? It's called complicity. You ain't even know. So you don't know she's taking drugs, but are your friend, are your training partner, you're just lying, your body, your horse, your BFF. If she is found guilty, simply being her friend, show me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are. You are guilty by association. And you will say, but I didn't know nothing. She didn't tell me nothing. Too bad. You're hanging around with a violator and a drug user. So you can be guilty by association. And we will see that ignorance of the law is no defense. So if I didn't know, how we could believe you, right? So you have to safeguard yourself. You have to be careful. We had a whole session on safeguarding. Careful. Your parents tell you that. Pick your friends wisely and carefully. And of course, Khalees knows. And what's your name? Jalen? All right. She's saying, Khalees, girl, don't say nothing. Nobody know nothing, don't say nothing. that discouraging her from telling the truth. She's saying, I want to say something. You say, no, girl, I know your business. Stay out of that. That you telling her that, guilty, you're in violation of the rules. So recognize, you don't have to be someone who uses performance-enhancing drugs. It could be in any one of those categories there, and you could be sanctioned. Some penalty or punishment can be handed on down to you. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. The principle of strict liability, and I think we have a lawyer in the house who can explain the principle of strict liability. But basically what that means, you are responsible for anything you take, anything somebody gave you to hold, any bit of information that you have that you didn't share, you are responsible for that. So let's say your coach gave you an energy drink or something, they mixed up some powder. Just drink it. And in the end, somebody took your urine sample and it was tested. And it was found to have a prohibited substance. But to be fair to you, you didn't know what was in it. You said, I didn't know they were giving me something to make me want faster like that. I didn't know it was illegal. When you are taken to court, and I'll tell you something, these cases reach the court. They reach the court because, of course, when you are found guilty or you're being accused of something, you always have a chance to defend yourself. Right? Isn't that sound fair? That's only right. So when the cases reach to the court of arbitration in sport, and you get up to say before a judge, well, I didn't know anything when I got out, he just had me and he said, drink. This kicks into action the principle of strict liability, meaning the judge will watch you and say, too bad, but you are responsible for anything you take, you consume, or use. You should question, you should ask a question. I mean, everybody in this room at these tables I know how to Google, do a little internet search, look at the ingredients on the list, find out what it is you're taking. So if there's anything I want you to take away here today, as an athlete, once you've chosen to be an athlete, you're now a very special group of people. You can't just live your life anyhow, if I do what you want. You have certain responsibilities. And one of your responsibilities as an athlete, anything anybody gives you to take, question it. I could take this? You sure this is not prohibited? Let me go online and check. And a little later I'm going to show you where you can go to check some of the common over-the-counter substances that you use, to check to make sure that it doesn't have anything prohibited. Because the principle of strict liability simply states that anything you consume, anything in your possession, anything found within your system, you are responsible for it. So remember that. Don't just take. One of the things we discourage our athletes, you see those bottled water that you have on your table? As simple as that. Once you open it, once it's not sealed and you open it, if you don't drink all of it, and you turn your back and you go somewhere, you talk to somebody and you come back, don't drink it anymore. Throw it away. So the idea is always drink all your water at once and don't leave any lying around. Because we don't want to waste the water, but we don't want to present a situation where somebody sees your open water bottle, slips something in it, and you come back and you drink it. And again, you didn't know, you were not aware. So as an athlete, protect yourself. If you have your water bottle, walk with it. If for any reason you walk away from an unsealed bottle container, anything, throw it away. because you don't want to find yourself in trouble. Every year, the 1st of January, WADA, does WADA again? Anybody? All together now. World Anti-Doping Association. So the World Anti-Doping Association, their business is to be ahead of the cheaters. So they're always testing and they're always doing all sorts of things, analyzing drugs, seeing what will happen if you take it as an athlete. And every year they publish on the 1st of January, and WADA has a website, so you can check it out, search it. They publish the prohibited list of substances for that year. There are lists that are there are substances that are prohibited across all sports. So no matter if you're doing judo, track and field, gymnastics, swimming, whatever, if that substance is found in your system and it's on that prohibited list, you could be sanctioned. And then there are lists and there are substances that you could use in some sports and not in other sports. So by way of educating yourself, you want to check out the prohibited list every time. Now mind you, unless you're real good in chemistry or you're big in science, the prohibited list sometimes could sound like Greek. One set of fancy oxidissimori-dis means nothing. When you see it, I don't know what I mean, what's that? But what some of those things are simply names of chemicals that you should check to see that if anything you are using have some of them big word names in that substance. So you know, if you look even at your water, maybe not a good example, but if you buy a juice or you get a supplement, there's usually a long list of ingredients with big scientific names. You better, remember you're a special group of people now, start reading those labels and then going back and just do a quick Google search to see if any of those substances in any of the things you're using. So the prohibited list, usually useful to the coaches, usually useful to doctors, medical doctors, massage therapists, but should help to guide you on some of the things that are prohibited for you to use as an athlete. Right, so it's a single list of all the prohibited substance. It comes out the 1st of January every year. So as soon as you finish, take all your little confetti out of here after New Year's and you throw away all your little noisemakers. You better go and look for the prohibited list to see what is new on that list. The new list released by 1st of October, so they say in AA, it might be available already. So after the session, you should probably go and look for it. And it simply tells you what is prohibited in and out of competition. So there is a new aspect of it. You can be tested anytime, anywhere. You can be tested in competition. So here you made it and you've gotten to Carifta Games. And Carifta, we know, is 3 days over the Easter weekend. So for those 3 days, you are considered to be in competition. So you can be tested during those 3 days. You can also be tested out of competition. Your regular normal life. A day you went to school and an evening you went to training. And you're not competing, you're just training. Somebody like me could turn up and say, what's your name? Hello, Andrew. Good afternoon. I'm here. I'm a DCO and I'm here to collect a sample from you. You're like, what, when, how, no? And yes, that is considered out of competition and you can be tested then. Because the whole idea is to catch you. I'm not really catch you, but to not give anybody an opportunity to Here they come in. You know, like some of us, our room real untidy. We take off the clothes, we shoes there, but you might have friends coming over and you don't want them to see your house looking so messy, so you start to clean up and you're hiding things under your bed, and if you have a closet, just shove it in the wardrobe, man. You shove it in the wardrobe. Close the door, close the door. They don't want you to get a chance to tidy up in case you're cheating or using any prohibited substance. And I hear, hey, Miss Michelle coming today to collect people. Well, you're right, like, drink plenty of water, clean up, clean up, clean up. So, the idea is to catch people, if they are cheating, off guard. Yes? So, in competition is when you're in actual competition, you have on your Trinidad and Tobago bodysuit and you're representing Trinidad and Tobago. Out of competition, your normal life, your training, you can be tested anytime. Alright, and as the last one said, it tells you some sports, for example, some sports you could smoke marijuana, and that's alright. In our sport you can't. So it's the person who mentioned Shakari, that's what she was banned for. Marijuana is a no-no. It should be a no-no for everybody in life, but definitely in track and field it's a no-no. Remember, you're in a special group. So, as I said, the prohibited list usually lists substances, and you see all them SO and S1, it can get pretty confusing, right? It also lists prohibited methods. One method of covering performance-enhancing drugs that is very common. Anybody in here has asthma and uses a pump? Now, that's a normal ordinary fact of life. You may have asthma and you may need a pump. That is prohibited because the ingredients in the ventilator, the pump, can mask or hide other things. So some athletes found that out, and they have asthma. They take whatever drugs it is, and before they go on to compete, you see them pumping, and they don't have asthma. Right? So that is a method of masking or hiding performance-enhancing drugs. So the list will tell you what is illegal, and if you really have asthma, what you can do to ensure that you're not red flagged as somebody. Cannabinoids is a long word for marijuana, and there are some sports, as I tell you, that you can use and not be flagged. Track and field is not one of them, so make a note of that. And in the list that is published, you will see allowed in track and field, allowed in this, allowed in that, or prohibited in swimming. So that list is very, very important. Remember, we said you can also take drugs, but you can also do other things. Simple one was switching out your urine. So somebody come with a clean bag of urine, and when they come to collect a sample, if the person starts watching you, you quickly take the cup, pour in the clean urine, and hand them that and say, here, look, mine. Right? That is one of it. It's called physical manipulation by just switching things around. Alright? So there's a whole lot of ways that you can actually mask your performance-enhancing drugs. So you've heard me talk a lot about, what do I call myself again? A DCO. So, and what does that stand for? Very good. Doping Control Officer. So what a DCO does is you go and basically collect some kind of sample. There are 3 samples that are usually collected. Urine is the most common one. Blood is the second most common one. And there's a third one that they use now. If anybody or any parent tests themselves for high levels of blood sugar, where you just stick your finger and you get 1 drop of blood and you put it on a little stick. They're doing it like that now. It's called a dry blood test, because people were like, when we were collecting blood samples, people fainting. You know, when everybody see a needle and you have to find a vein and stick it, oh Lord, all kind of thing. I have seen big men cry when we've come to collect a blood sample. I'm talking about weightlifters and big throwers. They're like, no, not a needle, not a needle, and even fainted. So they've tried to just get this 1 drop of blood now to see if they can use that to detect performance-enhancing drugs. Now, that's what we do, going to collect a sample. It's called the doping control process. It starts with us collecting the sample. It then goes, this they're talking about, I will probably go over some of it, but I want you to take a note of this. The letter T, the letter U, and the letter E. T, U, E. That is something called a therapeutic use exemption. And what that simply means is that if you have a known health issue that you must take a drug for that might be on the prohibited list, you can be allowed to take the drug if you can prove you really need it for health reasons. The most common one is the ventilator pump for asthma. So if you know you must use your pump, what you must do as an athlete who might be in a testing pool is your doctor has to give you a letter saying that yes, you've been tested, yes, you have asthma, yes, you need to use the pump, and how many years you've had asthma, how frequently it reoccurs, a whole lot of things. And you send in that paperwork to WADA and their team of doctors to assess, and they will give you a certificate that says you have exemption from being penalized for using that substance because you have a health condition, right? So make a note of that because it's something that happens. So, as I said, if you go through that process, they check the prohibited list, even though the substance is prohibited, but because you have proven you need it, you can take it. If it's prohibited and you know you cannot use it, you have to send your paperwork to your anti-doping organization. They will then send it off to a committee that reviews it. Then they will approve that you can use it. Or your request could be denied if they feel you're now making up some sickness to just be able to use a prohibited substance. Take a note of this. This is designed specifically for athletes, this website. It's called adel.wada-ama.org. On that website, most of what I've been talking about here is presented in a very nice, fun, interactive way for you to get more familiar with this very, very important process in the life of an athlete, especially athletes aspiring to be the best, right? What Adele is, it provides you a lot of information about anti-doping and anti-doping. I'll bring it back. Adele, not the singer, right? But this is an anti-doping education learning platform. Share it with your club mates, share it with your schoolmates, parents, take note of it. You can go online, you can help your children who are athletes, coaches can help their athletes to avoid making some unnecessary mistakes when it comes to anti-doping. Some of the slides I will go through pretty quickly. This is another bit of information you should take down and note. These 3 are stickers on general over-the-counter medication that you can use. There are now companies and laboratories dedicated to testing general common medication, and once it's been tested and proven not to have anything that could be found on the prohibited list, you will see they will put this sticker on it to say that it is approved for use by athletes. There is even a website, I think Global Draw is one of them, Supplement Connect is another, that you can go on and you can, if you want to take an aspirin or whatever, you could go on the website and check to see if it's been cleared and safe to take. So that is one of the tools that you have as an athlete now to ensure that whatever you're taking is approved and not going to be used against you. Sanctions. What are sanctions again? Punishments. And one of the many punishments that can happen, what's the worst punishment you think can happen to you as an athlete? Ban for? Yes, because there are different kinds of bans. The worst that can happen, you could be banned for life. Sometimes it might be banned for a year. I think Sha'Carri's ban was a short one because it wasn't considered to be such a grave violation. Some people get 4-year bans. But once you don't even have to be banned. I think once you're found guilty, that in itself is not something you want attached to your name, because then anything you do after, people will always be questioning. I wonder, Kenisha boy, she just flying over the high jump. She had to be on something, you know, simply because you have been found guilty once, right? And you can be sanctioned even for tests in and out of competition for a specific substance, and these are some of the sanctions that can happen. They could just simply cancel out the results for the meet. You would say, small thing. You could lose your prize money. Not so small, eh? Money is a serious thing. So it's getting a little more serious. Mr. Commission had mentioned the whole thing about the contracts, with the name, image, likeness contracts. When you get one of those contracts, it's money. Sometimes big money. You don't want to start losing money because they have financial consequences. I'm saying the people, I think we have Republic Bank on board, and they will be talking about money management. Once you start to hit your pocket, that is serious things. The parents in the audience know that. We need money for many things. Public disclosure, that's when I'm going to say it's out in the press now. It hits social media. The news have it. Headline news, athlete banned for life, found, anti-doping violation. A period of ineligibility is when we said you could be banned for 6 months, 2 years, 4 years, for life, where you cannot practice your sport ever again. So several sanctions. You all seem to agree that the most serious one is a lifetime ban. I would agree. So we just go through the sanctions, and I would end by just saying that be prepared at any time to be, once you get to a certain level in the sport, to be subjected to anti-doping testing. And in a nutshell, anti-doping testing is where someone like myself can approach you at any time in your life to provide a sample. the most common sample you're asked to provide is urine, and the most difficult thing is that when you're going to pee, somebody has to watch you. Yes, somebody has to actually see, because remember what I told you, people have been known to bring pee in bag and in bottle and all sorts of things. So how can we know that is your urine we're getting if we don't actually see the urine leaving your body? So yes, so a doping control, that's the part of the job I hate the most too. I don't think we love it, we don't love it. We have to go and watch a girl pee-pee. The boys have to watch a boy pull out his little thingy-lingy and pee-pee. We don't love it, but it's part of keeping the sport clean. And so when you come, I just pass along some of the things we use. One of the most important things is you'll have to pee in a cup. And you'll have to give us a certain amount. And the least amount you can give us to use is the first big middle part of the cup. We cannot take less than half the cup of pee, or else it's no good. So you can pass the cup around, you clean it in a plastic bag. It's never been used. To see, familiarize yourself. So you will come to us and we'll give you some of these to choose one. And then when you go down, you feel you drink enough water. You say, Miss, I'm ready to pee. I say, okay, let's go. And we go in the bathroom, and I have to watch you pee. Or somebody else have to watch you pee, and you're like, oh God, this thing uncomfortable. Right, the boys do it too, yeah, somebody have to watch the boys pee. And then you have to take your cup of pee. You have to choose one of these boxes, and when you open these boxes, and I will go ahead and open one, you'll find 2 glass bottles in them. You have to take your pee and separate it in the 2 bottles, yourself. That's a very good question, very good question. Once you pee in your cup and you have your pee, nobody else could touch your pee until we get them sealed into the 2 bottles that are in here. So I'll open one of the boxes quickly. Once you have your cup of urine, you yourself, unless you give permission to someone, don't have to pour, and that is fun because Peters be falling all over the place because everybody's shaky, they're nervous. But you have to separate your urine into these 2 bottles, then seal them up. Once they are sealed, you cannot open them by hand. They are sent to a laboratory, and there's a machine that cracks the seal, and then the people in the lab will test your urine to see if there's any performance-enhancing drugs or some substance that violates one of the anti-doping rules. So, and it's done for everybody. Don't feel because I come to Deja and I ask Deja for a sample, or I've been told that I need to get a sample from Deja, means that Deja is cheating. They're testing everybody at any time randomly to ensure that everybody is playing true. Right? And we do up some paperwork, we fill out forms, and you also get an opportunity in the process to declare any drugs you're taking. And I mean anything. You might have had a headache and you took 2 Panadol. When you come on and you put in that information on the form, you get a chance to say, well, I had a headache last week and I took 2 Panadol every day. So you get to declare. Because what you do not want is somebody to run a test on any of your samples, urine, blood, and you find that something was found in your substance, and now you find yourself banned for 2 months, for 6 months, for 2 years, for life. So, again, in closing, once you have chosen the life of an athlete, be it amateur or professional, you want to compete fairly, You want to be sure that the people you are competing against are also playing fair and playing true. And if you win fairly. If you get beaten, you get beaten fairly. All right? So, any questions as I come to the end? Yes. Strict liability, yes. Mike. All right.
Okay, so I know you spoke about the principle of strict liability, right?
Yes.
And if it is that the person really didn't know, does their consequence differ to someone who intentionally took drugs or no?
Possibly, yes, it can. But how do we prove that? It then comes down to the burden of proof. So you now have the burden to prove to somebody that they really didn't know. You know, and there could be some hard judges who might say, I don't believe her. She looked like somebody who could lie. Yes, so basically that rule of strict liability, it really then becomes left up to somebody to judge you, right? And you don't want to put yourself under that. But a very good question. Any other questions? So you're ready for a drug test, a doping test? Yes? Yeah, man. Nothing to be fearful about. We are trained to do it. We are trained to work with minors. We are trained to work with adults. We are trained to work with people with handicaps and stuff like that. Down here looks like they have a question. The KRC posse. Any questions? But you're ready for doping control. Yes. So if so suppose I come to you and I tell you you've been selected for doping control, what do? You're supposed to comply. As a minor, however, you're supposed to get an adult to go with you. Anybody who's under 18, if I come to you and said, hello, good morning, you've been selected for doping control, you say, okay, no problem, but can I please go and get my mother, my coach, an adult that you trust? Right? That is one of your rights.
Miss, how long is the time period for us to get an adult? Like the period between when you ask and...
Another very, very good question. So usually, when you have been notified, so the act of notification is me approaching you and saying, hello, good morning, you've been selected for doping control. You have the right to say, okay, no problem, but normally once you are notified, you are to go with me immediately if you are an adult. But as a child, we are to give you the time, the ideal time period between notification and going to an area where we could collect the sample. They give you about 13 minutes. Right? But again, remember, one of the things we've been trained to look for are people trying to delay the process. And so within a reasonable amount of time, no more than 30 minutes, you're given an opportunity to do that. Yes, you have another
one. When like you're on your menstrual cycle, what is the procedure?
Same procedure. Which is why the person who can witness you actually giving the sample must be of the same sex. No man could come and approach you and, as a female athlete and say, all right, you're to go with me to give a sample. No. A female must witness you, and if you're a male athlete, a male goes with them. And we're all females, so we expect women, and especially at your age, you're still on your menstrual cycle. Most people tend to say, Miss, I have a period, things might be a little messy. And we say, all right, that's normal, not a problem. Okay? So, one more question because we have to wind up. All right, so this question was, how long does it take for collecting the sample, send it to the lab, and for you to get a response? And one of the things we always tell the athletes, if you never hear anything, that's the best thing you want. No news in this business is good news. So sometimes you hear nothing. Most times you hear nothing. Right? If there is a problem, I'm not quite sure of the time period, but the process is the federation will know first before you do. And then you are then informed by your federation, either the international federation or the local federation, like entries, TT. But that can take a period of months before it happens. And then if you never heard anything, you're good. You're in the clear. Yes? So I want to thank you. This has been a really, you woke up a bit and I enjoyed the interaction. Feel free in the lunch break to ask any more questions to me directly. I encourage you to go to the websites that you took down, because you can get even more information. Because one of the main strengths of WADA is educating the athletes. We do not want, especially as a country, any of our athletes to go out, they're tested, and they have found to be in violation of an anti-doping rule. It doesn't only impact and affect the athlete, it affects us all as a sport, as a federation, and as a country. So I want to wish everybody the best. I know I'll be seeing more of you all as you go through your athletic career, and you never know, you might be seeing, well, not me, because one of the things is, if I'm involved in a sport, I cannot test my athletes. But you may be seeing in the future a DCO coming and approaching you for a sample to be tested. Comply, know your rights, and know your responsibilities. I thank you. I'll leave this up front. Where's the next cup? Anybody wants a few?
Thank you very much, Michelle. And I know you all have been taking notes, so maybe I can ask you a question. So tell me how you can prevent maybe getting caught doping. It's a simple question. And you all have been taking a lot of notes, I see. So I know you all can answer. My dear in the corner.
You have to read the labels on the thing that you eat and thing that you drink.
And that is one very important one. So, but basically we're saying it's prevention through education. There's a lot of information that you should know. Don't be afraid to ask questions. One important one will be, of course, know your rules. And of course, you are responsible for what you put into your bodies. Don't be afraid to ask questions and have conversations with your coaches, with your technical officials if you wish, with your parents and your administrators as well. So thank you very much, Michelle, and as a token of appreciation, Mr. Paul Bozer, who is the first Vice President at the entries, will present you with a little gift.
Michelle, bring over
George.
Inadvertently. If an athlete took something inadvertently, I don't know, some pain medication, flu or something, and you realize that after you take it, what's your best
Okay, so if you're going through the doping control process, on the form, as I mentioned, your best thing is to do a declaration. Declare everything you've taken. If you are selected for doping control, if, notice all the ifs, if your sample is processed, if there's an adverse analytical finding that comes back and says you have some prohibited substance in your system, well, at least you would have declared it. So it proves that you're not trying to evade, you're not trying to tamper, but the athlete is still faced with the whole issue of strict liability. And then again, the burden of the proof of the athlete is that they really didn't know, and it is always left up to the court of arbitration in sport. So always declare your medication, anything you take. All right? Generally, I don't know how the process goes, but if I'm sitting on a case and I say, well, this athlete declared, it might suggest, in my judgment, that the athlete really didn't know, and at least they weren't hiding, and there's some level of honesty, and there may be, on the athlete's part, a genuine case of not knowing that that was prohibited. But always declare, if when you're going through the process, on the section of the form where you have to declare medication, make sure you say everything you're taking.
Good. Thank you very much, Michelle. So next up we have Republic Bank, and we always think money when we hear Republic Bank. So no, they're not here, unfortunately, to give away any money today, but they're going to help you manage your money and how you can get the best out of it. So today we have Ms. Saida Bashk, who has been a valued employee of the Republic Bank Limited since 2005 and is currently attached to the Tunapuna branch. She's a customer sales officer specializing in mortgage loans and uses her financial literacy in guiding clients through the home ownership journey with expertise and care. With nearly 2 decades of experience, Saida is known for professionalism and commitment, delivering exceptional customer service and empowering individuals to navigate complex financial situations to achieve their financial goals. Assisting Saida will be Kemba, who has also been at Republic Bank for 23 years. So when they come in to talk to you, it's not just as an employee, but also with that experience and having managing your finances. Republic Bank, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning still, folks. I know that it is close to your lunch time, so I promise not to take too long for y'all to fall asleep. As y'all can tell, I am not an athlete, but this is quite an important thing, you know. All of this, of course, was made possible today by the Republic Bank's Power to Make a Difference program, continuing to support the NAAA program for this position, and of course supporting young athletes every year, right? So again, I am Saida Bach. I am a mortgage specialist. A lot of you all may or may not know what that actually is, but I'm attached to the Tunapuna branch of Republic Bank. So I'm here to really talk to you all simply about financial literacy and managing your money. Now, why is that really important? It really would be important because as athletes, a lot of y'all would eventually enter into competitive sporting and of course, hopefully, win some prizes. And, you know, I would like to ask a question. What would you do if you won $1 million right now? What would you do with it? Anybody? Well, a lot of people want to answer here. A lot of people want to say a lot of things, right? So the thing about it is that really and truly learning how to manage your money from such a young age is something that is really important because it can make or break you in your life going forward, right? Of course, Republic Bank has products that are catered directly for youth, and one of those is our Right Start program. How many people from here has Republic Bank accounts? Very good. Yeah. You know, of course, Republic Bank is the largest financial institution in Trinidad and Tobago right now, as well as, you know, we do have this Right Start account that is very simple to open and can be done at a very tender age. So, of course, those of you who don't have accounts right now, make sure and talk to your parents and your guardians and so on, so that we can set that up, right? What's the age group here? Anybody is over 18 here right now? Over 18. One person raising the hand slightly. I see him have. Don't worry, girl, it's good to be 18. Right? Anyway, so the bank, in addition to the Right Start account, the bank also has an e-free account. That account really is designed for young adults, and it's really a transition account. So you start your account at this age because you know you're going to be competing and you're going to be winning things. And you have to think about what you're going to actually do with that money, and you want to be able to understand what financial literacy really is. And what financial literacy really is knowing how to manage your money smartly, saving, spending, and even building credit responsibly. The importance of financial literacy really is helping you understand how learning to manage your money early helps you to achieve your dream. You know, that Right Start account and that e-free account, which is catered for young persons, really is something that they're the perfect tools really to help you to be able to go forward with this. Anybody fallen asleep yet? No? No, right? Okay, good. I'm just making sure. Right? Now, because you all are athletes, you all already know ways that you all as teens can earn money, and that is really true competitive sport, right? But another way that you all can actually earn money is, of course, through maybe opening a small business while you all are going to school. A lot of people have different ideas, different talents that they're really interested in, and they want to go forward and they want to do that. And having this account really gives you a way to earn and manage your money securely and easily. What other ways do you all think at your age right now you can earn money? Anybody could tell me? Silence, crickets, right? So here's what, by saving, right? So I actually spoke to 3 people within this age group before. And one of those, just to get an idea of what young people this age really want to learn about. And really and truly, a lot of people want to learn how to save. And how do you save? Where do you get the money from? Most people here may get money from their allowance. Most people here may get money from... Anybody here has already competes competitively? Yes. So all you win money already. And you don't have a Republic Bank account? Maybe you need to fix that, don't worry, right? You need to fix that. Anyway, so part of managing money really is going through the budget, right? So has anyone ever heard about the 50, 30, 20 rule? Yes? Question? Yes? You have, right? Right. So basically that means 50% of the income or the allowance or whatever the money that you have really is to be used towards your needs. Now, it's very difficult to figure out what is your need and what is your wants, right? But 30% of that money really has to go to your wants. And the ideal thing is 20% of whatever you are earning. And let me tell you, if your allowance is $500 a month, if your allowance is $500 a month, 20% of that has to go to some sort of savings. You know, a simple $100 will go a long way, right? You know, when you think about what am I saving towards, a lot of us have a lot of dreams about what you want to achieve for yourself.
but you don't always have an idea of how you want to achieve those goals. And this is why Republic Bank is really, well, we're the one for you, right? Republic Bank really gives you that opportunity to start from that tender age of opening that Right Start account, or even the e-free account, giving you an opportunity to enter into, to sign up for our online banking, which gives you a view, immediate view of your account. It helps you to manage what your expenses are, because sometimes you go in and you know the bank cards now is a tap. So you go in and you're tapping and you're tapping and you're tapping, but you don't remember what you spend. And this goes for adults too. And when you go and you log into your account and you recognize how much money you've actually spent, it helps you to pull back sometimes. It helps you to pull back sometimes, right? So that online banking really is something that gives you a different view of your account to be able to see what's happening, right? In addition to that, Republic Bank also has a product called Republic On Board. Now, this really will be for persons over the age of 18, but I would let you all know as well, it's a way that you can even create your account from sitting in your home, simply by uploading all your documents, and the bank will verify that, and you can have an account in minutes without ever leaving your home. All you need to do is go to the bank to get your bank card. Imagine that. Don't wait, go and open the Right Start. But still, it's something definitely that to take note of for persons who never had an account with Republic Bank. And it's simple, easy. The power of saving and compounding, investing into accounts that are interest-bearing and so on. It's kind of complicated for now, but it is something that you all can take note of for future reference with all your winnings. Yeah? Anybody has any questions? No, gosh, are you hungry and ready to go and eat? Yes, no problem, no problem. No problem. So the thing is that we do have some prizes, right? We do have some prizes. So I want to ask the crowd here first for two persons. We have two special prizes for persons who can answer what are the two types of accounts that are geared for persons at young age. One person open your hand because nobody else is listening. Come on.
Right Start account and e-commerce.
Close enough. Right Start account is right, so we'll just ask Kemba to give you the prize. I didn't get your name, darling. La Queen, very good. Next one.
An e-free account.
E-free account, very good. Thank you so much. You also didn't get your name? Yeah, okay. So the thing is that this presentation was very short. It really is just to introduce to you all the importance of understanding at a very young age what you can do with your money. And of course, we all know that it's something that a lot of times when you have money in front of you, you want to just spend it. And you want to buy everything that you have to buy. And you want it and you want it and you want it. And it may not necessarily be a want. It may not necessarily be a need, but it might be a want. And I want to just urge you, because we are in a time now where everything is very quick. Everybody wants everything at your fingertips, right? But really and truly, it's important for us to take a moment on large purchases. You know, take a moment and think about it. When you get this money, what do you really want to achieve? What is important now? What can I wait and what can I buy? You all might want to buy, I don't know, whatever sporting gear. You might want to get whatever equipment that you might need
to forward yourself in your sport, and those are important things. And it's really something that you could just take a moment, think about which one you want to buy and when you could buy it now. That's it for me, folks. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your afternoons. You're welcome.
You know, you all don't look so happy, you know, after Saida finished with you all. Because she's telling you, because you want some fancy sneakers, some Jordans or something you see you want, right, in the mall, eh? You could get it, you know, but you have to save your money and you have to be wise in your spending, is what Saida is saying to you. Yes? So, thank you very much, Saida of Republic Bank. And Saida imparted some knowledge to you on how best to manage your finances for your future. And I hope that you take that into account and open an account at Republic Bank. Saida, you all need to give me some commission here. I'm selling you all, eh? I'm looking for commission. But Saida, we want to present you with a token of appreciation. So if you come right back up here, and Mr. Durley Lucas will assist us in doing so. Thank you very much. So I know you all are hungry. Lunch is here. So we will give you all that break for lunch. Please remember to check out the Republic booth. They have some little niceties for you. Please ask questions on opening your accounts and on becoming a little more financially literate. Nihus, of course, is here. And Farm Tech as well is to the back there. So we break for lunch now, and if you could be back at your seats and ready by 1:15, that would be good. Thank you.
On the triple jump, and this session today helped me realize the areas in triple jump where I'm lacking. I got some great advice from the demonstrator, from the coaches as well. They pointed out my weak points, the areas I need to work on. And it was pretty much a great day. It, it helped the athletes who aren't really triple jumpers and who are interested in learning triple jump, start off with a strong, base to learn it and to compete in competitions. So it was a great day. As of right now, my goal is to attain a track and field scholarship to head out. But in about 5 years or so, I'll still be doing the sport. I'm very passionate about it. It's something I don't see myself dropping anytime soon. So yeah, I'll still be in the sport. So far in 2019, I got the gold medal in the under-17 triple jump. Since then, it's been a bit difficult with injuries and stuff. I haven't really competed at the under-20 level per se, and well, it's been a rough road, since then. But with my coach, my teammates, and all of us putting in the effort, I see bigger things coming, better distances, faster times, because I'm also a sprinter as well. So it's been a rough road, but a good one.
I'm telling you, a party until it rain, na na na.
nothing back. We're not coming here later. Yeah? So we're running, this is your running action when you're running. And get it up. Alright? And stay nice and tall and get hit for
And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.
It was really beneficial because I've only been dealing with the long jump and I was afraid as an athlete before doing the triple jump. So the information given here, I think I may try to work with 2 athletes to see how best they can do with the triple jump. But the information here was really well. I've watched videos and I've seen some persons like in the hop phase, like the knee would have given out of them. I've even seen that in some championships where athletes wouldn't have even reached the pit. So that has been my fear, but with the information that was given here, I think that fear is gone.
A Trini, Papa Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk.
The clinic was very beneficial for all the athletes, the coaches, because the facilitators took us from the point of a beginning athlete and what we need to do with an elite athlete. So if you didn't know anything about triple jumping, you got as much information as you need to start. If you're an experienced jumper, you had enough information here to cause you to continue along that journey to become successful. And even if you're at the elite level, you also got sufficient information to ensure that you become podium potential material. So it was very beneficial from that point of view. We were able to get information for all the levels, from amateur right up to professional. The sport would become a lot more popular with the more clinics like these, because the more clinics like these is the more information we have that we could go back and spread the word. We could work with our athletes, we could encourage other coaches, we could encourage other athletes to become part of it. And I am also going to do my part towards exposing young athletes, student athletes into the sport, and also introducing and encouraging and motivating other coaches to get involved as well.
The banana hurdle. And once they start to refine that skill and they're a lot stronger, then you could probably incorporate something a little higher. So you're working on getting the height up there, and I can react.
Every carnival I done there, plus I know all artists and all the mass bands. Them say I'm a Naaatt, I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Papa Trini, a Trini. Yeah, cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
Posture and people doing it, and that's one of the reasons why. So once you start incorporating that, if you want to, you can have them use a broomstick, or you can have them use the bar without. That in itself is a couple pounds. Well, first things first, proper posture and safety when in the gym. A lot of them don't let anybody force you or push you into moving weights that you're not accustomed, because somebody wants to go a little competition. But remember why you want to incorporate weights in your program. Track and field athletes are not bodybuilders. They're not power lifters.
This one he was working with a gym person, and he was doing bodybuilding.
So it have gym persons and it have strength and condition coaches. Different, totally different.
So they would know for what activity you're doing. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're a power lifter, they know how to train.
That's
if you're
right.
a track and field athlete or a specific type of track and field athlete, they know how to train. So that's what I'm saying. So you will see throwers, shot putters, discus throwers doing you'll see them doing some type of speed work. It wouldn't be as much as a sprinter or maybe a jumper, but you'll see them doing it. So it's more of one and less of the other, depending on the event or the activity that you're doing.
Ready?
1, 2, 3. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and only mass minds. Them say I'm a Naaatt. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad.
My baby, my Valentine. Can I you to make you what temperature is? If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Loving the thought of me, I am so obsessed. I want to chop your heart. Never did it back and it's real. But now make us feel love. Yeah, my love, one thing. Make a bad man sing. I go spend for your head. Talk all they want, I don't care what they say, cause your matter. Now you my con they carry for my head every night. Now you I want they carry to my bed. Oh no no, don't tell me no no no. You can be my partner, never ride it solo no. And we got no one lucky, no need to party whoa. I'm feeling what you're doing, oh yeah baby, gotta go, gotta go. Your body they back on me speed. Open up, make I see. Now you where they cut my fancy. Don't they do me, I get banky. Oh no 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 no. Me coming. Why should I be coming early in the morning? Oh yeah, shake it, make it spend my money. Call me Mr. Bean, I go make you honey. Hey, give me, baby, make you give me. I go show you love and I go take you to my city. Don't need to make a look pity. You won't make a sing to me before you go see me. Fine girl, you know your body bad. Same body bags can make you shake it for Ghana. Here, dancing for me, baby, pan. Come and give me show.
Representatives, Farm Tech, did you all get your lunches as yet? If not, you can make your way to get your lunches. Republic Bank, you guys can make your way to get your lunches. Media, you all got your lunches? The media.
When you enter Malicha, baby, gonna, will you give me sugar? Wahala, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho
baby, gonna. Will you give me sugar, wala, wala? Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Yeah. Try what I do if you're not the fair. My mind they tell me to disappear. Yeah. So come my help no cause I don't pray. My man, I don't pray. Come on man, I can't stay for one place. Because say my bed. Don't take my friend away from you. They are talking shit. What them no getting me? See you for what's in it. I put up my eyes, that's up, my eyes, that's good. I cry, offshore, got my dreadlocks. Believe me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stand for one place. Go say my bed, come and teach me. Only you can feel my best. Give me vitamins, we're gonna take these pains away.
Coming closer. It's been a hell of a ride, but every single moment you were there by my side. Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I make I just love you and hold you for my hand. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. I wanna be in your light until the night is over, until the night is over, until the night is over.
We don't cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast.
Shayo, Shayo, you go bow for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the girl insult, oh. I'm a mind that's really dark, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need you go and shadow. 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 I did Patagot run and kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, one Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now so much you remain could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. From a white dog, give any suit. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Timbani at you. From a white dog, give any suit. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. Young cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Have to say bye-bye, yo. Bye-bye, yo. To the love of my life. My ayo, don't cry, yo. I need big boy and shadow. 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 I need big boy
They tell me this, they tell me that. They say my bitch, say she had bad. Anytime I knock with that. No rubber band. Every time I put down, they show me that. If I know luck, she got my back. Although you cool, I'm happy that. Although you cool, say everything I do is for my woman. Anything I talk, when you talk, I go do. Me, I know they see another girl for my visuals. Loving you, now my ritual. My girl, got me, she no stingy. She give me love, she keep content. All of them. You give me love, so keep on tempting. All of the moves you've been practicing. Put it on, put it on, put it on top me. Yeah, give me love for my moto. Girl, your light in my store. She have me gone, I must go. She know they are, she know so. Say anything I do is for my woman. Anything I thought when you talk, I go do, me, I know they see another girl for my visuals. Loving you, now in my ritual. Me, I know they share my chain. I know they like your pain. Forget they make me sing. She understand my pitching. Like, Mangala, Mangala, Mangala. Oh, Mangala, Mangala. I put back out for her belly. My girl, got no problem. Oh, all of a sudden, she say me a copy. Two face and my colleague. Okay, my baby. Oh, all of a sudden, she say me a copy. Two face and my colleague. Okay, my baby. Say anything I do is for my woman. Anything I thought when you talk, I go do, me, I know they see another girl for my visuals. Loving you, now in my ritual.
Amigo, claro, call Odo, call Anita, my baby. I give her one from the front, one from the back, on and on, they go on. Amigo, claro, call Odo, call Anita, my baby. I give her one from the front, two from the back, on and on, we they go. Go.
I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who.
You know that my body calling, and your body picking. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night,
Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. This your bestie, Danny bro, You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up. She na me you come through when your heartbreak, push and she heartbreak. Now me the bite dinner for your man thing. Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or 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 die who.
I want to impress.
yes, by the end of the night,
Enter bathroom, fresh up.
base. Soit tu me comprends, sinon tu tailles. Soit je me taille ou tu tapes au-dessus de la mêlée, pas de batte. Monsieur, que voulez-vous, que voulez-vous? Non mais de quoi je me mêle? Je veux de l'air, avec toi je m'en peine. Alors de quoi je me mêle? Tu fous la merde, non y'a pas de problème. Chérie coco, fais-moi je veux le bifton, pas de bobo. Chérie coco, veux ma photo. Fais-moi pas de bobo. Appelle-moi Catalina, mia t'aimes toucher moi, je le sais bien, je le sais Appelle-moi Catalina, mia pour qui tu te prends, joie en toi, tout déboule. Le bouquet trop t'es dans l'air, il est toc toc. Est-ce que tu pourrais m'étonner? Je sais pas si t'es capable, en vrai me parle pas. T'oublies les codes codes, de quoi t'es capable, yeah, yeah, yeah. Je vois pas le vaisseau mère, y'a jamais rien sans rien. Y'a que des mots, je veux pas me laisser faire. Où est mon vaisseau père? J'aimerais toucher le ciel. J'suis yombe, chérie, tu sais. Chérie coco, fais-moi je veux le bifton, pas de bobo. Chérie coco, veux ma photo. Fais-moi pas de bobo. Appelle-moi Catalina, mia t'aimes toucher moi, je le sais bien, je le sais Appelle-moi Catalina, mia pour qui tu te prends, joie en toi, tout déboule. Tu me parlais, j'ai vu tout l'inverse. Donc c'est mort, je m'en vais. Pas de retour, je m'en vais. Non mais de quoi je me mêle? Je veux de l'air, avec toi je m'en peine. Alors de quoi je me mêle? Tu fous la merde, non y'a pas de problème. Chérie coco, fais-moi je veux le bifton, pas de bobo. Chérie coco, veux ma photo. Fais-moi pas de bobo. Appelle-moi Catalina, mia t'aimes toucher moi, je le sais bien, je le sais Appelle-moi Catalina, mia pour qui tu te prends, joie en toi, tout déboule.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the turbo. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even want it. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night.
F-I-N-E-S-S-E, if it be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I be done with that somebody that could do like me. Man, I be like Musala coming off the right wing. I cut to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. And you know, send me, I'm a snap. And Kele, I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I'm a snap. Like Kele, I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful,
finesse. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Finesse. If I broke, now my business. All I care, you go right. All I care for the night. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. fẹjọ́ mi sùn wọ́n.
Problem in all the finish. Make you try to enjoy. While I know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Say kata kata uru uru not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Make you dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. See this side, I cannot kill myself. I just want to live my life if I'm judging. I don't like bad. I don't go find your trouble. I don't like a salad. So far my money the double. As my money to buy logo, they make me happy. As my money to buy logo, they sweet my butt. Problem in all the finish. Make you try to enjoy. While I know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Say kata kata uru uru not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Make you dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala.
I don't want peace. I want problems always. If I know that my business,
Is that clip it's on?
I feel blessed.
If you broke, gotta mind your business. Catch me on the island eating lobster with the shooters. Haters in the crib
Yeah,
like
I
Ray
like
J
it.
with the noodles. For the self-made bosses, gotta make a toast. Out of everyone I lost, I miss myself the most. Shorty feel blessed, Montana spoiled me. I do what I love, pay me back in loyalty.
I feel blessed.
Like Johnny Depp, she was higher than the gas price, no stress. Yeah, she killed the spot, I was a witness. If you ain't talking money, she don't speak English.
Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. All I show you go right. All I care for the night. Tonight, I just wanna party and me on ice. Yeah, I'm chilling with the cook boys, my guys. They don't wanna mess with my grind on Christ. Kini coco. Only kilo shell, gongo. Why are they best like coco? I got girls all around in the drugstore. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get if I want it. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see drip pull, I'm on catch. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
my even hundred. You make a bicycle and a boy well not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, spender. Everything I do, I under 50, under. We wanna be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give you tips to make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, you spend down. Everything I do, I under 50, under. We wanna be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, I under 50, under. Under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, under 50, under.
J'ai vu comment tu m'as regardé, mon charme a fait son effet. On verra qui fera le premier pas. En tout cas, ce sera pas moi. On m'a dit t'es dangereux, mais t'es mignon. Ah, plus c'est trop mal comme oh non. Il va me ramener des problèmes, je sais. Moi j'aime bien, tu connais quand c'est piment. Tu vois plus les autres quand je suis dans les parages. Par mes formes, toi t'es envoûté. Tu t'en fous des autres, tu me dis fais-moi câlin. Par mes formes, toi t'es envoûté. D'ailleurs mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine. Mannequin sans force. T'es malade again. Et si ça brille, je peux pas t'expliquer. T'es malade again. Mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine. T'es malade again.
J'éclaire une flamme qui effrayera les pompiers. J'ai cœur de pirate toujours sur le chantier. Du sel en moi là j'en connais les dangers. Dans mes crèves de faire le mêlé, moi ça fait des années que je l'ai fait. Alors j'ai pris ton numéro chez la cousine des dialogues. Elle m'a dit que t'es un Joe mais que tu préfères les salauds. T'aimeras me détester. Je te ferai du sale, je vais pas te respecter. Slalom entre terrain, je suis en charisme. T'es malade again. Marchant dans le machin plein de salive. T'es malade again. On va se sexter.
D'ailleurs mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine. Mannequin sans force. T'es malade again. Et si ça brille, je peux pas t'expliquer. T'es malade again. Mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine. T'es malade again. On se sait en vérité. T'as perdu la raison. Tu me passais bien mais sans pression. Ouais j'avoue, là je ressens la tension. À ton petit cœur, j'ai capté, j'ai mis le feu. Il veut rentrer dans ma tête, je suis choquée. J'imaginais pas. Ah ouais, t'es piqué de moi. Tu veux la totale doucement. T'es plutôt comme ça. J'y vais pas à pas, moi j'y vais pas à pas. Tu vois plus les autres quand je suis dans les parages. Par mes formes, toi t'es envoûté. Tu t'en fous des autres, tu me dis fais-moi trop chaud. T'es trop sûr. D'ailleurs, mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine, mannequin sans force. T'es malade again. Et si ça brille, je peux pas t'expliquer. T'es malade again. Mannequin sans force. T'as kiffé la dégaine, t'es malade again. T'es malade again.
You get down, you get wine. When you cry, I go wipe in your eyes. Give me your bag, make I feel like muto. I'm the only one, you don't need another. I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now, I'm right there. I there for you, baby. Don't get anywhere where I want to. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you there right now, I go there fine. You got me here and I low. Daddy, you can take my soul. All these things where they talk right now, I just love my body and bone. Body and soul. Body and soul. Body and soul. It's a vibe and I'm rocking your body. The competition for your side, oh, they know this. Make you look me well, I don't be novice. Only you, I wanna need nobody, no. So baby girl, I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now. I dare for you, baby. I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now. Anywhere where I want go. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you do right now, I go there fine. You got me high when I low. Sorry, you can take my soul. All these things when I did talk right now, I did feel up from my body and soul.
It's Kelpie vibes.
Yeah. Baby, I know that I'm in a choco. Baby, I know that I'm in a choco. Baby, I know that I'm in a choco. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina. I'm a Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 killing somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine upon me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm my Angelina, I'm my Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, take a signal. Why you want to question on me like I need that? I'm tryna put the ring on your finger too, and be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you be cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Joshua. Big Smosa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly have your seats, please. Take your seats, please. Thank you. We're about to begin. No, not for me, eh? I'll give a little trouble. Sure. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. You all are full and ready to go, I hope. So, we have been graced with the presence of Miss Grace Jackson. And of course, for you, those of you who do not know, Miss Grace Jackson is a former record holder, a Jamaican trainee athlete. I have to call you because we're adopting you. Former record holder of the 200 and the 400 meters. She's also a silver medalist in the 200 meters, 1988 Seoul Olympics. And the J3 is Jamaican Athletic Association Sportswoman of the Year, 1986 and 1988. Do I have it correct? Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Please join us up here. So, Ms. Jackson is now the head of sport and facilities at the UE St. Augustine campus. Let us welcome Mrs. Grace Jackson, and we'll give you a little token.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all my young ladies. I want to hear a special, yeah? No, man, that sounds too funky. You know what funky is? Good afternoon, ladies. That sounds a little bit better. It sounds like you had a little bit of lunch to eat. But the next time I say it, and I want it to sound like you just had a victory, and it sounds like, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. Ah, there you go. It's a pleasure for me to join you today. I mean, I'm just a guest. I work at the University of the West Indies in sport. But my life from your age to now has been really in the depth of sports. I was a track athlete, I was a netball, I was a hockey player, and those attributes that I used, it's a talent that God gave me and I used them, allowed me to get a scholarship to university. I was the first one of 6 in my family that was able to go to tertiary level institution. Everybody else had to work in order to get there, and my work was my body, my work in being good enough to be able to get an organization to pay me to come and study. And for that, I was able to give back to persons like yourselves in Jamaica to help them to get scholarships as well. And so I'm really glad to be here to just chit-chat with you in this way, because you have a future ahead of you. You must believe. You must believe that you can. I don't know if you remember back in the days with Obama saying, yes, I can. It's a motto that he said, and persons caught on with it. That is really to help you believe. Believe in yourself. Yes, you are good enough. Anything that you take on, yes, I can. And that's the attitude you have to, take on. Some of you might say, Lord, I want to make a lot of money. Be prepared to make a lot of money. Use your academic opportunities, wherever you get them, to get in that position that you can be ready to make that money. Use your talent to complement the academic side of you, to be able to boost yourself to be your best self all the time. Be brave. Be focused. Think about where you want to go. The hill is never too high. The river is never too deep, because you can do it. And I really am stealing Obama's little phrase, yes, I can. Can I hear you say it? Yes, I can. And when you say it with an attitude, because you believe it. You visualize it where you want to go, and your work naturally will carry you there. So I hope you enjoy this seminar. It's not my job really to talk. They just know that I like to talk a lot, and so they brought me up here. But I would like to just say I'm glad to see you all here, and I hope that You learn a lot. You remember that in anywhere you go, you might not learn every single thing, but you must take away something from this day's engagement that you will take in your mind, carry with you. And when you go out on the track to warm up, you don't take the shortcuts. When you go out there and you're afraid of the people you're competing against, just because you think they've run a faster time, just say to yourself, but I'm better than that, right? So the idea is to think positive all the time, and that is transferred into your physical presentation, right? Just you can do it. So I want you all to say for me, yes, I can do it. That sounds so. Can I hear it again? Sounding good? Can I hear it again? That sounds a little better. It sounds like you really had lunch and you felt that. So all the best. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference and learn as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. And we would like to give you just a little token again. Ms. Joyce Thomas will present you with a little something. Thank you very much. Yeah. So feel free to ask Ms. Jackson any question or questions on competing and having to overcome obstacles as an athlete, as a female athlete. Thank you very much. The organizers has asked me to gather you all just to the front, to your left of your seats here, so for a photo opportunity for your sponsors. If you could kindly get up and walk to your left. So the first photo op would be for Scotiabank. So those of you who are in possession of the Scotiabank bags, please take them with you. If you have your Scotiabank bags, please take them with you. For those of you with your Scotiabank bag, please And we want to say a big thank you to Scotiabank, who consented in providing you guys with at least 3 months of sanitary supplies, and we want to thank Scotiabank for that. Our next presenter so I've known Josanne Lucas for a number of years. She may or may not remember me. Josanne is a very unassuming, very humble individual. But on the track, Josanne was a beast. Josanne is very committed, is very committed and resilient. And we have the pleasure today of having Josanne communicate with you what she has been through. So she has a very long list of achievements, and I'll try to take out some of the more prominent ones. She's the first female, I think it is, Mr. Lucas, correct me, to be in the history books, of course, and in securing a bronze medal in the women's 400 meters final in the World Championships in Berlin, Germany. Okay, thank you. Josanne is a resident of Canby, Tobago, and she attended the Anglican School and the Bishop's High School in Tobago. She earned an athletic scholarship in 2002 to Auburn University in Alabama, where she continued to excel in both track and the classroom. While at Auburn, she was awarded the Top Tiger Award for 4 consecutive years. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in Biomedical Sciences and a Master's of Art degree in teaching. Josanne is currently a science teacher and a track and field coach at Fort Collins High School in Fort Collins, Colorado, and she has been doing that for the last 5 years. So I'm going on to read her list of achievements. I deliberately missed out some of the other readings, and I'll just do her list of achievements. In 2008, she had the CAC Championships first place in the 400 meters hurdles. In 2009, World Athletic Finals in Greece, 3rd place, 400 meter hurdles. World Championships Berlin, 3rd place, 400 meters hurdles. CAC in 2011, CAC Games in Puerto Rico, bronze medal as well in the 4x400 meters relay. In 2012, she was a qualifier at the London Olympics in the 100 meters hurdles. In the CAC Games in 2014, she placed 4th in 100 meters hurdles. In the Commonwealth Games of that same year, 2014, in the 400 meters hurdles, she placed 7th. And of course, she has been the Entries Open Championships champion for a number of years in the 400 meters hurdles, a qualifier at the Naaatt Games in Costa Rica, and Pan Am Games in 2015 in Canada as a qualifier. So, listen, it goes on to the other side of the page. We may not finish today, but we'll go on. Josanne, of course, First Citizen Sports Foundation Woman of the Year in 2009, TTOC Sportswoman of the Year 2009, Entries Female Athlete of the Year 2009, THA Sportswoman of the Year of that same year, and Guardian Sports Personality Award in 2009. So you all, after all this I read here, you all better sit up and take note of what Miss Lucas has to say to you today. Feel free to ask your questions, raise your hands when you have to. Ladies and a few gentlemen inside here, let me welcome to the front Miss Josanne Lucas.
All right. Thank you. I do remember you. I thank you for having me here today. After the lengthy introduction, I would like to then share with you my perspective, my journey. Keep in mind too that this is specific to my journey. When you hear other athletes speak, they would then share their path, and then you will form your own pathway. You should have on your, at the table, a little book
right, that has a inspirational quote at the front. A pen as well that has a inspirational quote, right? Mine here says, "Do great things." And another wristband that also has that inspirational quote. Throughout the presentation today, I'd like you to write, you're going to write. I do realize that you have a notepad provided by the N3As, so I will leave it up to you in which form or which book you want to write on. Right, but just know that this was provided to you by me as an encouragement that I believe in you and we're going to do great things. So to kind of tack on to my introduction here, I wanted to start from the beginning. Now, I am from Tobago. I attended Lambo Anglican Primary School and Bishop's High School of Tobago. And there's going to be a theme today of goals and reasonings. And for me, it started because I wanted a scholarship. And it took going through school sports. I was average, usually came second, hardly ever won. But a coach once told me, he's like, "Wait, you go to Bishop's, right?" I say, "Yes, sir." It's like, "You know you could get a scholarship?" And from that moment, everything clicked. So I went to training with some friends first, and then it clicked. So everything from then on was, what can I do, what steps can I take to get that scholarship? And I have to give thanks and some recognition here to my parents, right? They are here today. My father, Mr. Lucas. My mom, Mrs. Lucas. I have my aunt here too. Right? So why I mention this is that none of it would have been possible without them. I was speaking with some young ladies here from QRC, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you're the one that coach was telling us about." Well, my father, in hurdles, right, we didn't have that many coaches in hurdles. You know, this was before you had students, you had athletes in these different events. And he used to organize for me to come to Trinidad on a Saturday to train with a coach here. And that's a lot of money. So thank you for investing in my future. Thank you for buying those tickets. Okay, so hurdles, because like I said, I was average. So I wanted to find a way where I could make a team. And I looked at the different events in competition. Not many people was running the hurdles. You know, in the 100 and 200, you'll find plenty heats. But then for the hurdles, maybe 2 athletes, maybe 3 athletes. So I started thinking, okay, if I could get my technique right, then that's like an opening. Right, so think about maybe what events that in competitions here doesn't have that many athletes, and maybe give yourself a chance. Be open-minded into trying new events. So the why, right? I mentioned this. It was all about a scholarship for me. All about that. I wanted to leave. I liked reading. I loved reading, discovering new places, and I wanted a way to do that without, we didn't have the finances for education. And this was my reason. So I started out in school sports. Like I mentioned, doing okay every once in a while. Always used to get licks. Always used to get beaten. Every other year I might perhaps win a race or two, but I was always second. But you know what? I wasn't discouraged, because my reason wasn't for winning sports. My ultimate goal was to get that scholarship. So recognizing that that scholarship was possible was it. What steps do I need? My parents too, I should say my father, signed me up for SAT class. I don't even know who was the person running it. He was like, okay, to get a scholarship, you need to do the SAT. So they organized for that. So I would then, after school, right, you pick me up, take us to the class. We had a couple other athletes from our club that were also attending that class. So we studied for the SAT at an early age. Okay, now is where I'm going to have you write, right? And you choose where you want to write this, right? If you want to use the entries notepads that were provided or the inspirational booklet, right? But you think about why, your reason. Jot this down, write this down. Why are you a track and field athlete? Why do you show up for training every day, even sometimes you don't feel like it? Why are you still working hard, running hard at training, even though you're tired, your leg hurts? What is your reason? Right, and this is just for you to look at. Like, I'm not reading anything. What is your reason? And we have some parents here too. Thank you for supporting. Right, maybe even think about what's your reason why. Why are you dropping your children to training? Right, what's the whole goal? Scholarship, yeah? But that may not be their reason. Idle hands, you know what they say about idle hands? Yeah, keep you busy. And it's okay if you have more than one reason, but there's that main reason. The one that's going to get you through those hard times. When you feel like giving up, when you're not winning, when you're coming second all the time or fourth all the time, right? Why are you continuing? When you face obstacles, you all should know that the teacher and me do like to have students write. So you'll be writing a bit today. And then also to keep in mind too, right, whatever your reason is, right, there are multiple ways to get to that goal, multiple accomplishments, multiple paths. Right? Everyone has different life situations, different environments. I luckily had supportive parents that were there. They made sacrifices for me, and I do recognize that and appreciate that and have told them that. No, not all of you will have that. Okay, continue with the writing here. For your event, or events, if you do multiple. All right, how many of you know what your personal records are? Just like personal best, raise your hand if you know. Okay, just jot that down. All right, write the event, your time or distance in multiple events if that's the case. We're making this tangible. Yeah, when I started out school sports, we didn't have hurdles at the time in school sports. And attending Bishops, right, my house was Anstey. And, are you Bishops people here? My house was Anstey, so it was anything possible to get our house to win. And I did long jump, I ran the 400, I did that high jump one time, and I don't know how I cleared the bar, but I cleared the bar. It was ugly. But mostly those were my events, and every once in a while the 200. But I was never fast enough for the flat 100. So one year they even have me run the 800. Right, so your personal best in the event. Okay, has anyone here already made a character team? If you have, like, raise your hand if you made a team. Okay, so we have a few hands up. You guys know where next character is? Next year? Right, Trinidad. Okay, now I want you to think, do you know the standard, character standard in your event? Yeah? Right, you're ahead of the game. Because if you didn't, let me just step up here. Right, if you didn't, this is this current year, and here's next year. I hope you could see it. I tried to split it up a little. So I was looking at, well, if you know the standard in your event, right, go ahead and write that down. Your clubs should have this information. Entries, folks, right? Shot put. So female under 17. Under 17, 1184 for shot put. Sometimes too, like, I also like to compare what the standards were, because looking at the standard last year in hurdles is a lot harder standard compared to this year, 1542 for under 17, 1559 for under 20. Right, this is to get you thinking next year. Right, like you said, character is home. You have a chance for your friends to come out and see you, your family to come out and see you. A chance to make that team. And multiple events, right? So it's not just 100, 200. I know we do have the genes, so to speak, that fast twitch muscles for those sprint events, right? But it is possible to excel in other events, right? And you do have time to learn a skill. Does still have time for that. Like my first character under 17, I made a team in the long jump, and actually that almost didn't happen because they measured it incorrectly, right? That jump that got me the qualifying standard. And I see the look on Daddy's face right now. So he had to say like, no, measure that again, before they cleared the sun. And that was the mark that got me on the team. But had he not said anything, maybe somebody else might have, like I didn't notice, I wouldn't have been on the team. But that's the event I was training for. Remember I said like I used to come to Trinidad every once in a while to like learn the hurdles. Turns out then I ran just over 15 seconds. Didn't hit the standard, but because I was already on the team for the long jump, the selection committee, they said, well, you know what, she already on the team, let's have her run the hurdles. Because it was only a few of us running hurdles. Like Kuki, Miss Melvin over there too, right? Only a few of us. That race always going straight to finals. Never enough athletes to even go through semifinals. So being on the team for the hurdles then, 100-meter hurdles, turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Because what was my goal again? What did I want? Why was I doing? Scholarship, right? Still a junior, or still a minor. So my first race was just a couple weeks before Carifta trials. I competed in Carifta trials, right? Like I said, they put me on the team. At Carifta now, the semifinals and the finals were my third and fourth races ever. I somehow made the finals, right? Ran a PR to make the finals. And then in the finals, came forth but another huge PR, and a coach from Auburn University saw me. Now I didn't medal, think about that, I did not medal, I came fourth. But this coach said, wait, this is only her fourth race ever? She has potential. So I was like, okay, this is good. Did not make the Carifta team the next year, right? I was injured, so I didn't even make the team. And I was in agony, right? Thinking, well, I lose my shot. The coach was there to see me, wasn't there, injured. So I was motivated then to be healthy following year so that I could then showcase my talents and have these scouts pretty much come see me compete. Only one coach, that same coach, by the time I was under 20, that's the only coach that showed interest. Only one. They had other coaches there. Because that Carifta, I was injured again and did not compete. So I was there at Carifta, had an injury. This time I had qualified in multiple events, like the 400, the hurdles, 300 hurdles. So I'm like, I lose my shot. This coach here to see me, and I didn't even compete. I was injured. So he remembered me from 2 years ago when I came fourth, based on potential. And guess what? I gave me a full scholarship to Auburn University. See me compete once. So you don't always have to win or medal, but I was determined and I continued to work hard. And I didn't let him down. So how, right, I talked through some of these processes already. That's me sprinting here at Auburn. I wanted to get a scholarship, right, I did that, great. My next goal was keeping that scholarship. Because me, I'm thinking, I didn't really medal at Carifta. I didn't make a junior team. I didn't make a World Youth team. That same coach recruited the best athletes in the world, or at least from Trinidad. Know some of our coaches or officials here would know these names. Right? Mark Burns was on the team, right? Best sprinter. Well, him and Usain Bolt. Right? We had Darrell Brown, he was training in that camp. Right? Fana Ashby, these are legends in the junior circuit here in Trinidad and Tobago. And then there was me. Right? He had some other athletes too from Trinidad and Tobago who were more accomplished. So I don't think I belonged there. But he saw something in me. So my goal then when I was there, I'm like, I am keeping this scholarship. Because over time I saw some athletes who had the potential, they didn't make it. Somehow they ended back home, they weren't on the team anymore. I'm like, that is not me. I work hard for the scholarship. I'm doing everything possible to keep the scholarship. Whatever the coaches want me to do and run, I'm doing it. So I was doing multiple events. I leaving Trinidad, long jump, 400 hurdles, well, 3/400 hurdles, the 400. And my coach sat me down and said, no, you're only running the 400 hurdles. He flat out told me, you're not fast enough for the 100-meter hurdles in the SEC. So like, fair enough. So I leave here doing plenty events, got there only to do one. And guess what? I wanted to be the best 400 hurdler there was. So training was different for sure. But then my goal then, like keeping the scholarship, I wanted to be a SEC champion. I still think the Southeastern Conference is the best and most competitive conference in the United States. We're competing against fellow Caribbean athletes, lots of Jamaicans, lots of Carifta champions competing against. And then I wanted to make the NCAA championship and win. And it's like, okay, after that, if I run the same times as I did in college, which was the Olympic standard, right? They had like a A and B standard then. Like if I run the exact same time, if I'm consistent, I'll be on the Olympic team, right? So then once you do that, what's the next goal? Because you know that this is the thing with goals. You set a goal, you accomplish it, then you set a new one. You accomplish that, you set a new one, right? You just keep on. You have to make it realistic, because I didn't really start out saying, like, I'll medal at Olympics. I didn't start out saying that one. Then I was like, okay, I want to continue in track and field. Let me do everything possible then to get a contract, to get signed. After I got that, I was like, okay, let's do everything possible to medal at a championship, right? The why, the reason those goals evolve over time. But there's also pitfalls, right? So I did develop a plan each way, each step, and I stuck to it. That's the hard part. Especially when you're injured, and I tend to get injured a lot. Okay, so going back to goals, you wrote down your why. I want to talk more specifically about goals. Have you heard of SMART goals before? Anybody? Right, so you've heard of SMART goals before? Okay, so then I could like breeze through this because I want you to set a SMART goal, right? Something very specific, something that you can measure. Right, so if you're a thrower, right, you can measure that distance. For a runner, right, you have a time. Something that you could achieve. How will you do it? What's your training going to be like specifically to help you meet that goal? Right, if you're a thrower and you're a little bit weak, are you going to then have some benchmarks in the weight room to get stronger? Maybe multiple reps in training. I know we used to like to stay away from anything over 150. If coach asks you, like, I'm running the hurdle, like hurdles is a hard event. But like, I know I used to die at the end, so I knew, okay, I wanted to not die as bad. So I kind of had to run the longer events in training, repeat 300s. I'm glad my coach didn't really make me do 600s. But how would you do it? How is it relevant? Right, you set your goals already, you know, at least your targets, and then this is the crucial part. You must put a time to it. When do you want to do that by? Because throughout my goals, like I had a framework, I had a benchmark of when I wanted to do it. So going through all of this now, like since you're already familiar with SMART goals, then I want you then to take some time now to write your goal, right? Go back to reading your why. You wrote your PR times, so you kind of know what's your best right now. You saw the character standards, at least you knew the character standards before. So that let's be specific now in that goal. What's your target time? What's your target distance? How much centimeters you want to improve by? How many seconds you want to improve by? 0.5 seconds? And when do you want to achieve it? Right, we have Carifta next year. Right here at home. I'm sure your parents do have goals for you. And make sure it's realistic here, because to try and drop 4 seconds in 100 or 400 kind of hard. Right, look at what your current mark is, make it realistic, make sure you could attain it. And then you could do like many benchmarks to like many goals, many accomplishments. So like in practice, So this is at Auburn now. I told you that coach recruited some of the best sprinters in the world. World junior champion in the 110 hurdles from Bahamas. Right, lots of Jamaican sprinters. We had everybody. So in practice, we'd be running 300s, and I never finished first in any reps, any distance, never. And I run in my hardest, because I tell you, I would take training real serious. Like, I would make sure I get enough sleep, I would make sure I drink enough water. I certainly wasn't skipping class. I was at class, I was at training on time, and I doing everything possible. And I'm like, how come I 5 meters behind them? This ain't fair. Like, I trying hard. I couldn't run any harder. But then my coach said to me, you know, like, you're actually ahead of pace. I said, what do you mean? He said, last year you were running, 2 seconds slower. Like, really? And then from that moment is when I started writing everything down, right? So I had started keeping a training log from that point on, because I did not remember that. He did, because your coaches set specific times for you to hit in practice. There's a reason for that. But my memory, all I could think is right now, the feeling of being in the back in practice. I'm not like close, like 5 meters back, and I'm trying real hard. So from then, right, I started writing everything down. How much reps we had to do in training, what was the rest, how tired I was after the rest, how many reps I made. So if, 2 weeks prior, we had some, like that, I use in 300 as an example, I had to run four 300s. And on the fourth one, I was like real tired. Same rest, same time. But then 2 weeks later, right back again, the 4 300s, the fourth one, I'm like, I feel tired, I feel good. And I finished stronger. Now, I still finish behind them, That didn't change, because their best is way better than mine. But I finished stronger. I didn't feel as tired. So even though it's still the same amount of reps, just writing down how that felt made a huge difference. And once you keep this, now you'll need something bigger to write this on. How many of you keep a training log? Like you write down, oh yeah, okay. We good, right? Continue writing that down. Let me see who else keep one. Yeah, continue writing that down. We might have to go and get some more from the bag over there. Right? But keep it every year, and even when you go off to college too, right? Still keep writing this thing down. So whenever you feel tired, you go back to your why, you look at the previous year, like November, this is what the time I was running in practice. This current time, I'm running a lot faster, right? Write it down. Okay, now, there's going to be obstacles along the way. In my story already, you heard how many times I got injured. How many of you already had some injuries to overcome? Yeah. And if you haven't, like, knock on wood, right? but it's just part of the sport. Injuries, that was my biggest obstacle. Self-doubt, that was another big one. Especially like for female athletes too. Most of the time, you don't really see in advertising successful athletes, successful females. I mean, it's a little bit better now. But, for me, at the time we had, only like gold medalists, right? We had Hazy Crover, we had Atto Bolden. But in terms of females on that global stage to medal, I didn't have that. So I didn't really know it was possible. Even with the scholarship, even though I was there, I kept on thinking, I don't quite belong because of the accomplishments of others. Right? So over time, I then, with keeping that training log, started to then only compare myself with myself, not with my other teammates. So I'm like, you know what, I'm running faster now, this is good. And then lack of support, right? That's another obstacle. Well, I coach at Fort Collins High School in Colorado. Right? My school is the flagship school in the state. Right? The first school, we're known as the home of the champions because they have like champions, athletic awards, football, American football awards, all that stuff from the 20s. You know, you go in the gym and you see times in like the yards, dash and like yards. Oh yeah, they used to run that back then, right, in distance. And so at the track meets that we host, we have parents as officials, like volunteers. Now, here in Trinidad and Tobago, we have wonderful volunteers who are there every meet to help meets run smoothly, but we don't really have that there. You have the main officials that's sanctioned by the state to do the starting time and all that stuff, but then all the other individuals, right, parents, and they're there all day. And I don't know if you know, Colorado, it does snow there. And those parents are there volunteering, giving their time. They're there to see their kids. Sometimes the whole family does come out. Grandparents, the whole crew. And then I remember times when I'm at meets here, stands empty. Hardly any parents, hardly any, right, supporters. So like, that's hard, right, not having that support. So like, let's discuss that now. Like, what's some ways you could overcome injuries? What's that? Taking a rest. Any of you that stay up late and not get enough sleep? Yeah. Then.
Stretching properly.
Yep, stretching. We have taken our rest, stretching.
Proper training equipment like clothes, shoes, maybe the shoes.
Yep. Yeah, when I finally got to college, our coach didn't even let us train in spikes until the season starts. So we did everything in flats. And then whenever possible, we did it on the grass. So like proper attire. Yeah, we have another one.
Like having a good mindset.
Definitely. It's all mental. You all have access to physios. Yeah, use them. And then how much times you might feel a little something, you're like, you know, my hamstring, I'm feeling something here, but I think I could go through the workouts. Any of you went through that? Right? So this is the hard part, knowing, training smart. If you feel something, right, tell your coach. It's better to get it treated right away than to keep on running on it and making it worse, because you don't want your muscle to pull, because you will out longer. Right, so being aware of that too. Okay, all good. How about self-doubt? What's some ways we could overcome that one?
Fixing your mindset and staying positive.
Staying positive. Yeah. The science in me is like, I like a proton and be positive.
I feel it's
Any chemistry people? You get that? Yeah.
Having encouragement from parents or coaches.
And then what if maybe you're in a household and you don't really have that type of encouragement at home? How we could overcome that?
Surrounding yourself with people with positive mindsets.
Yes, who you surround yourself by.
Affirmations.
Oh yeah. You look like somebody who does do affirmations. We have another one.
Chosen, I feel it's sweet waking them up.
Praise.
Oh yeah. Praise. Pray to God. So surround by yourself. And this is a hard part to write, self-doubt. Surrounding yourself by positive people. Now, you're here today because you want to be a better athlete. Now, when I was competing, we didn't have this type of avenue, but at least I was always mentally strong, and I never used to study what anybody used to say. Like, I always had that in me. I had a goal, and I had that single focus. Everything else didn't matter. So I surrounded myself by positive people. And I'm not big on bad talking either, and I couldn't be around anybody talking badly about anybody else. I just couldn't do it. So the more positive you are, and you say it every day, every day. I sometimes even now write things on a mirror, so when I look in the mirror, I could see that there. The more you say it, the better it is. That's why, right, I got you these. Mine says never give up. I don't know what yours might say, but you find some way, some saying that works for you. Then for lack of support, what's some ways we could overcome that if you don't quite have that support? Okay, we have another one. It might be the sweetie for real.
Being your own encouragement.
Okay, or encouragement. We heard a lot of resources here today. How many of you attended some of these seminars before? All right, so think about maybe some of the past presenters, past guest speakers, what some of them might have told you in terms of helping with lack of support. How about mentorship? If you don't have it in your home, or yeah.
You could get like a mentor or a guider, like from I think it was the first person who spoke. She said something about finding somebody you trust to tell how you feel and things to help you out.
Yeah. It's good to know you were listening. Right, because I know you had lots of guest speakers over the years. And everybody telling you their path is success. We have some more back here.
Having somebody that you're able to confide in.
Right, so you find that person for you. Right, find that person who believes in you, would keep on encouraging you, because there will be times where you'll have that self-doubt. You'll feel down, you'll feel like giving up. I go to that person, tell them how you feel. They will encourage you. Okay, so it took my coach believing in me before I finally believed in myself. That's my coach, Henry Roll, Auburn University. Coach Roll from Bahamas. Right, he's that coach who saw me in Carifta when I was under 17 and said I had potential, and remembered me 2 years later when I did not compete in Carifta and still gave me a full scholarship. He believed in me. And he kept on saying, why you just can't run? Because at the time I was running in the 400 hurdles. I was running 61 seconds, 60 seconds. I couldn't break that minute. But in training, when we do reps, my reps show that I should be running faster. So one time at a meet, he said, like, get out. He just shouted at me, get out, because I used to try and save energy to the end, because 400 long and hard, 400 hurdles. And when I got out, ran the way I was supposed to, I had a PR, and guess what? It felt so easy. I said, well, wait, all this time, all I had to do was start faster. And that was it, but he believed in me. But I didn't believe in myself. And find that person who believes in you. Okay, now it's back to writing. Think about the most difficult obstacle you've had to overcome. So far, in your very, very young track and field journey, what's that obstacle for you? And the more obstacles you've overcome, like the easier it becomes, because then you could bank on that. You could say, you know what, I was injured this one time, and I got through that, and I came back stronger and competed better. And I know it could be more than one, but just the most difficult one. I know even two the adults in the room also had to overcome obstacles. And it's that journey of never giving up, persevering. My journey, I had a lot of injuries, but when I was healthy, yeah, I was dangerous when I was healthy. But it was to stay healthy, and that was my biggest obstacle, staying healthy. Knowing when to not push it anymore, because I used to run through everything. And sometimes I wasn't smart with it. So somebody mentioned visualization. Right? How many of you do that, visualization? All right. Yeah. When I step on the line, no, not even on the line, in practice. In practice, I'm going through that mentally. My start, my steps, the cadence, to the point where we did so many reps, to the point where I could do it with my eyes closed, because I just knew how it felt pushing out the blocks, how many steps I took in between the hurdles, in the 400 hurdles. I knew the time I would run that. So picture your future you. And here's an exercise I want you to do with me, right? Just engage with me here. We'll do some breathing exercises first, and I'll tell you how we're going to do it, right? And then as you breathe, think about the future you, right? So with the breathing piece, we'll breathe in for 3 seconds slowly. Hold your breath for 3 seconds, then let it out for 3 seconds and hold it, right? So let's breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then keep on going on your own. And as you go, imagine yourself accomplishing that goal that you wrote down. Imagine yourself on that podium. Imagine yourself in that national colors, Trinidad and Tobago on the back. Whatever your goal was, imagine yourself accomplishing that. And how does that feel that you've accomplished that goal? How does it feel? Okay. Now that you're in the moment, right, you could open your eyes now and then jot down what did you see in your visualization and how did it make you feel? I pictured myself being on the podium at World Championships. A stadium full of people. And it's like, yeah, the only better feeling would have been to hear the national anthem. And that's the only thing I didn't get a chance to accomplish. But that feeling, being on that podium, for me at least, right? So what was yours? How did it make you feel? think about all the obstacles you had to overcome to accomplish that. And that does make it so much sweeter, eh? So much sweeter. Knowing, I fall on the last hurdle, I didn't even finish. Or I had all these injuries a year before, and I had to overcome that. Some people have to overcome losing family members, whatever it may be. But that victory, that feeling is so much sweeter after, especially when you had to work much harder for it and you had to overcome. And you could do that. And one thing with females is that, one thing I've noticed is that what I think about when I was competing your age, like we had a lot of female athletes. And then as you move up to the rankings, move up to the 8 different age groups, numbers just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But I know you have it in you to persevere, right? You have it in you to accomplish whatever that goal was, because you will face obstacles. It's just not giving up. And making sacrifices, right? That's part of it too. Now, for me, in order to get better, I didn't have the competition here in Trinidad and Tobago in the hurdles. So I had to leave to get that competition week in and week out, because it's very hard to run that event on your own. Very hard. Right, so I had to do that, and it was hard to leave home. I still remember being on that flight in Tobago and knowing that I'm leaving all my family, all my friends. Yeah, I cried on that plane. But luckily too, I had my parents, they wanted to play with me. So it wasn't as bad. Right? Healthy habits too, right? You had to make sacrifices, especially in college, when the other people might be going out and drinking and doing all this stuff. But you had to take care of your body. Because for me, I was injured a lot. So I had to make sure I stay hydrated and drink plenty of water. I had to do that. Didn't want to cramp up in practice, didn't want to get injured. I had to make sure I slept. Made sure I did that recovery. We take ice baths after training. Right? That was part of it. Being in a positive environment. Saying, to some people who are negative, like you just can't hang out around them, start surrounding yourself by positive, like-minded people. And that's hard, right? Having to give up some people. Training. Whenever I used to come home, I still used to train around the holidays. I mean, I might get Christmas Day off, but I would still train the day before, the day after. Right? Some of my other collegiate friends here would come home and they would be in the club, they would be partying. Not me. I was focused. I wasn't going to any parties, or what do you call it, fetes. Right? Finances. In college, right, the college took care of everything. But then once I left college, I was like, wait, I had to pay for this? Right, so going to meets, my coach would say, all right, I want you to run in this meet in Kentucky. I was like, okay. I had to figure out then how to get to Kentucky, get a hotel, register for the meet. I didn't have an agent, and I wasn't with the school, so I had to figure that out myself. So I learned to budget regularly. And then my mom here, she worked at a credit union. So I was like, Mommy, you could help me with a spreadsheet. So she worked up a spreadsheet with the formulas, and I would have the, thanks for the assistant fundings from NTRAs and the, who was that? Who did the funding? Finance department, whoever it was I got the money from, thank you. So whatever money I got from them, I knew that I had the exchange rate, so everything now in US, and I had to stretch that. So I didn't eat out. I went to the library. I get some books on being creative with cooking, because we didn't really have all the ingredients you have here. Found a way to save money and budget. And then practice, routines, repetition, mental reps in practice. And that support piece, right? We talked about that. I mentioned my support. with my family and my friends, because there's one here now too, right? So I even as an adult, I still have family and friends coming to support me. So thank you. But I also want you to support each other when we compete, right? Because it's all women here, and you know, as you get older, some people in this room, some people next to you may not even continue. But I want you to encourage them to continue. Right? Lift each other up. Support, right? Don't sabotage each other, but support each other. Right? Your success does not come at the expense of others. And share your knowledge. Help each person improve. If you think about a team, in a relay team, we've been very successful in the relays. Well, we need ideally more than 4 people. You can't run a relay by yourself. I would have loved to have a relay team when I was running my fastest. Like, I ran 53 seconds, guys, in the 400 hurdles. 53 seconds. And we did not have any other persons to run on a 4x14. Right? So you do need each other. Lift each other up. So we may compete against each other in races, but at the end of the day, we are all united in our goal to represent our country with strength, pride, and honor. So in closing here, believe in yourself, work hard, train smart, right? Listen to your body. When you feel something, niggling injuries, don't go through it. Stay focused, discipline, be present. When you're at training, focus on training. When you're in school, focus on school. When you're at home with your family, focus on that. When you're hanging out with your friends, be there with your friends. Be in the moment, be present. Embrace your unique journey. All right, everybody's journey is different. One of these days, you might be up here sharing your journey with the younger athletes. Right, embrace that. And once again, support each other. Support each other. Dream big, but aim higher. And I want you to say this with me. I am strong. I am resilient. I will overcome every obstacle. I am committed to my goals. I will keep pushing no matter what. I am a champion. I am a champion. I am a champion. You got this. I believe in you. Thank you. And I have my email address there too if anyone would like to reach out and hear for questions. But you got this.
Question and answer, quick segment, right? Question and answer. All right. Any questions for Ms. Lucas? Raise your hand, please.
Okay, you spoke a lot about track, right? But how is your time management with academics and track?
Well, that whole thing about being present, that's how I was. So when I was in school, I was good at paying attention in class, so I didn't have to do as much work outside the class. But then when I was at training, my whole time was focused on training. Because you're there anyway, you might as well do the work while you're in school, because you're already there. Then when I was at Bishop's too, I used to do my homework during breaks, like recess and stuff. I used to do my homework then, because I would be at training after school, and then I come home and I'm tired. And then coming from Tobago, when we at meet, we here all day. Like, we're not in our own homes, so it's harder for us coming from Tobago, being away from home, to try to do all that work, because I'm not bringing all them books with me.
From listening to your presentation, what I take from you is that you was a very disciplined individual, and I want to know how you sustain that discipline, babe, to do all of that. Because I wouldn't say I am not a disciplined individual, because if it is I don't feel like training, I'm going to put my mind to go to training and do what I do. I'll get up every morning and go and run and think to sustain my fitness. I am a disciplined individual, but you see, sustaining it is a very challenging thing.
It is.
And I want to know how you achieve that.
I told you how I set my goals. When times were hard, I always went back to that, because times were hard, especially when you're putting in the work and you're just not seeing the results. That is hard. And years of that. So just focusing on that goal, those mental affirmations, faith, praying. Right? I don't know what God's plan is for me, but I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to have faith. But it's hard. That's why I want you guys to write down your why, write down your reason. Because when times get hard, right, you will need that support system. Those individuals who believe in you, tap into them. Tap into them. I mean, my parents were sounding boards for me. My friends were sounding boards for me. Just having that encouragement, being in that positive environment, makes a huge difference. Yeah, it's a good question. But it wasn't easy. I felt like giving up too.
Right, so how was the transition from being in Tobago to going outside? And what was like the process during university, like how you got into it, like how was the expenses and whatnot?
Yeah, the process might be just as you've imagined, because Tobago, right, small, laid back. Even in the Caribbean, right, we go on our island time, and it was an eye-opener, because I had to be on time for training when we were going for competitions, and they tell you be on the bus by a certain time. You had to be there, and it took, kid you not, right, this happened my first year. We were going to nationals, and the defending national champion in the hammer, right, was late for the bus. You know, they leave him. It's like, if they could leave the defending national champion, they certainly could leave me. So, like, trust me, I was not late. Right, so that's another thing with being a professional, being on time. You don't want to miss your event. You don't want to miss the bus. And then with training, I just went through the routine, because wherever I am, I gave that my sole focus. Because sometimes our mind might be elsewhere, or you might be on your phone doing something else. Like, I was just present in that moment. Just focus on the here and now. Don't look ahead too much. Oh.
Okay, so I would want to know how like you acclimatize to the different climate, because we all know Tobago like real hot, and then to go across there to the different temperatures.
Well, one thing I look at too is that everybody competing in the same environment, and then I learned to get the appropriate clothes for that environment, and then mentally prepare myself, because I might be competing in it. Right? So even though you're from somewhere warm, right, or we hear the thunder. I remember World Championships in Helsinki, my first one. The 100 hurdles was happening in the rain. Now, this was the final. I was not in the final. But like, it was happening in the rain. show must go on. I mean, if it's lightning, they'll delay it, but you still have to prepare for that. So mentally, in training, whatever conditions there were, I would just have a rain jacket. Even now as a coach, I have my winter gear. I just always take hot water with me to stay warm, but I'm still drinking water. Have gloves, warmers, you name it. Wear layers. Because you may leave here and go somewhere for a competition, and it might be cold, but you still have to be ready for that. But mentally get yourself ready for it too. And get the right clothes.
So, Josanne, I know you had the young ladies making some notes, doing some introspection about their goals and their objectives in the sport. Does anyone wish to share what they would have written down in terms of their goals, their SMART goals, and where they see themselves in the sport going forward? Anyone?
Okay, so my goal is to firstly stay healthy throughout the whole season and to achieve 11.9 in my 100 meters and 24 low in my 200, and to also make any available team. It don't have to be like Carifta, or it could be any available team, or even just to make new PRs.
It's a good goal, and it's specific too, because you have the times.
Do we have any person that wish to share again? At least one more person? Probably in the front. The back is very active, so we need the front to wake up. I might have to watch the speaker.
You want to share?
I would like to make the 2025 Carifta team and to make the Carifta standard constantly in every competition I do up until the actual games.
Okay, timely as well. Yeah.
Alright, so hi again, everybody. So I am a long jump athlete. I love long jump. I don't know why, I just love long jump. So my PB is like about 5.1 something meters, and I've never jumped since off season. I'm off season right now, so I haven't gone back to the St. Peter's yet. Now I do more workouts and stuff. So going back to the St. Peter, I want to see I get, some nice improvements. And I don't settle for mediocrity. So the Carifta standard, which is 5.50, I'm not working towards that. I'm working towards 6.
Yeah, all right.
So I want to, that is my goal for next year. Carifta, I've never had the opportunity. I was always scared to go and try for national teams. So next year will be my first time trying out for Carifta. So hopefully, there.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I especially like this last one. So we're not just aiming for this exact number, we're going for something higher. And my thing is, and you may or may not, you might laugh at me, points make prizes. It's an old phrase that they used to use for one of them long-time game shows. So it simply means that, of course, if you want to attain, in order for you to make the team that everybody wants to make, you have to attain a standard or surpass it. So your aim, yes, you want to make the team, but that should just be an outcome of your performance. So you need to aim higher. So Josanne, thank you very much. And I have some takeaways for you. I have a big question for you guys. What will your story be? What will your legacy be? What legacy do you want to leave? So think about that. So you just listen to Josanne. She's standing here and you might say, it was easy for her. It was not easy for her. She's resilient. She focused. She set some goals, long-term, short-term goals, and that in itself helped her to achieve. So that is what has made her into the resilient athlete person that she is now. So Josanne, that was particularly inspiring for me. I don't know about the rest of them. We would like to present you with a token of appreciation. And Mr. J. Hugh Gordon, is he still here? Yes. Mr. J. Hugh, sorry. Yes, 400 hurdler. You all know Mr. J. Hugh Gordon? Make some noise. So, we have our champion male 400-meter hurdler and our champion female 400-meter hurdler. I'm hot. I don't know if you all know, we have in our midst a number of athletes, past athletes, who are here today and who have been given back. I'll call some of them, and forgive me if I forget some of you. So we have here, and of course you all will know some of them point blank. We have Mrs. Dawn Washington, who is here. We have Mrs. Grace Jackson, who was here earlier and spoke to you short in a brief. Of course, Josanne Lucas, who just presented to you. We have Mrs. Joyce Thomas, who is here with us. And Mrs. Thomas is still competing, by the way, in the Masters category, Seniors category. We have Kyuki Melville, who was a past combined event athlete. We have Miss Donnell Stafford, who is somewhere in the back doing her thing. We have Miss Lucretia Burns, who was an athlete as well. And we have a young lady who just walked in. She's also from Tobago. I hope I have the name right. Is it Carrie Barrow? To the back there, who was also an athlete. Thanks for coming. And believe it or not, I myself used to be an athlete. All right. So thank you very much, and just to recognize a few of the athletes who are still around, who you can still approach and ask for advice. Did I miss somebody? Oh. Oh, and Susan Garcia is also a Masters athlete, and she is also a road runner and middle and long distance athlete. And a javelin thrower. So she's a combined events Masters athlete. Okay, so we will move right along to, sorry? Okay, so I'm getting raked over the coals here, and I should mention to you, we have one of our very own past athletes. He, in the past, way back, competed with Mr. Hazley Crawford, and he has probably beaten him from time to time back in the day. And he continues to give back to the sport. We have Mr. Ephraim Surratt in the blue Adidas jersey. Oh, yeah. And Mr. Paul Voisin, once upon a time, and half that size, Mr. Voisin was a middle and long distance runner and road runner, and won a marathon or two in his day. And we would love to see him do that now. All right, so we move right along to the... We would like to present to FarmTech, and I have a representative of FarmTech to join us up here. And I'll ask Mrs. Lucretia Burns to present. Step forward a little bit. We would like to say a special thank you to FarmTech, who has been supporting the Women's Committee for a number of years. Approximately 16 years FarmTech has been supporting entries and the Women's Committee. Thank you very much, FarmTech.
Mastermind. Mr. Hussein is one of the mastermind from FarmTech from day one when we started. And this is the first year he's absent within all those years. So with the committee, we want to present him with this token of our appreciation. So take back the message to him first, please.
So we'll move right along to the presentation of the certificates for this evening. And to present the first set of awards, certificates would be President of the entries, Mr. George Commission. First up, Laura Joseph. Or is a parent? Huh? Jewel Gaitan. Tanisha Shelbourne. Jalen Roberts. Janae Boutet. Deja Costa. Amisha Clark. Mariah, second. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, President of the entries. We now call on Mr. Paul Borzé, first Vice President of the entries. Tiana Richardson. Carissa Williams. Kellis Alexander. Angelicia Julian. Thank you very much, Mr. Borzé. Sure. Can I ask Miss Marlene Rupchan Singh Williams, Treasurer of the entries, to present the next set of certificates? Deja Reed. Sarai Crooks. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. Is it Sarai? Honora Simmons. Jada Atkins. Jade Atkins. Jasmine Queely or Queely. Sarah Lutchman. And Kezia Joy Husband. Thank you very much, Ms. Rupchan Singh Williams. J. Hugh Gordon, Director of the entries, will present the next set of awards. Letitia Campbell. Kayla Charles. Kimya Jack, Ryan Graham, Nathaniela King, and LaQueen Welch. Thank you, Jehu. Mr. Dilly Lucas, second Vice President of the entries, will assist us in handing out the next set of certificates. Jaden Joseph, Juliana Rouse, Shadi Stevenson, Dominic Million, anyone to collect on behalf of? And Chelsea Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. Ms. Kuki Melville, Director of the entries, will help us with the next set of awards. Faith Jilks, Andy Kashi, sorry. Shauna Stewart, and Malana Patrick. Thank you, Ms. Melville. So always in support of the athletes, we have the parents. And as usual, we have to pay our respects to the parents and thank you for your continued support and collaboration. We have Andreen Sylvester. Sorry, obviously not a parent. Susan Welch. Laura Jilks. And Natalie Williams. Diana Roberts. To Nika John. And Patrina Melville. Thank you, QP. Can I ask Ms. Joyce Thomas to assist me in presenting some certificates, please? Tamika Crooks. Juliet Roberts Lucas. Jevon Brown. Javon Brown. Janet Cumberbatch. These last set of certificate are normally are volunteers that you would normally see supporting the Women's Committee and supporting the entries at all their meets. Enid Stout. Cynthia Walcott Melville. Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Can I ask Ms. Josanne Lucas to assist me in presenting some awards, please? Sarah Washington Dean. The infamous Dawn Washington. Susan Garcia. Lucretia Warner Burns. Joyce Thomas. Donnell Stafford. Adiel Rodriguez was there. Miss Kaylee Washington. Ian Weso. Deandra Dwyer. And Clifford Haru. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly.
Before we move along, we want to honor Miss Michelle Penny for her excellent service throughout the day. We appreciate what you did for us today, and we wish you all the best. I believe this is something that you could possibly look into. To show our appreciation, we also have a little token for you. I now hand the lectern back on to Ms. Penny.
Thank you very much, Josanne. Can we ask Grace Jackson? And Grace will assist me in presenting awards to the board of the entries. Thank you very much. We have President of the entries, George Kamisyong. Second Vice President Paul Forza. First Vice President, sorry. Second Vice President, Mr. Dilly Lucas. Director Jehu Gordon. Sorry, I went out of order there. Marlene Rupchan Singh Williams. Sorry, Jehu, you could walk on up one time. Treasurer of the entries, Miss Marlene Rupchan Singh Williams. Director Jehu Gordon. Jehu, what is going on? Sorry, Jehu Gordon. Not at all. And Keith Melville, who is responsible for all that is happening here today. So, thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. We appreciate you. So we have some special prizes or awards, and this is courtesy Angostura Limited. And this is based on your participation here today. So we have some active participants that we would like to recognize. First up, Tiana Richardson. Another active participant, Nathaniela King. Mariah second. Malana Patrick. And last but not least, Aaliyah Herbert. Can I ask Tiana, Nathaniela King, Mariah, Malana, and to come right up here for a photo op, please. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's cold. I know, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And that in itself. Wait. So let me invite Ms. Kuki Melville, Director of the Entries and Chairwoman of the Women's Committee.
Good evening again, ladies. So we are almost to the end, and you all will be home in your homes shortly, that you could feel the warmth and peace there. But until then, I want to take this opportunity to recognize and honor a woman who has been very instrumental in me being a part of the entries. And she has been, I will say, a guiding light to me, a mentor. She has been the one that I could call on when things aren't going the way I think it should, and she continues to provide me with that level of encouragement. She's a stalwart but have been a part of the entries for many years, and you must give honor where honor is due and other persons when they are here. So this special token this afternoon goes out to no other than Miss Lucretia Burns. And it is on behalf of the entries. So we want to show our appreciation for her, for all the hard work you have done over the years. She doesn't know about this, so all the hard work you have done, we appreciate you, and continue to be that shining light for us women. Thank you.
No crying, no crying. Thank you very much, Ms. Burns. Thank you very much, Kuki. So this brings us to the end of the Women's Committee Inspire Her Seminar for 2024. And to give a vote of thanks and closing remarks will be Mrs. Lucretia Warner Burns.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. First, I want to ask you all to give yourself a round of applause. Without you all, we don't have a seminar. So I want to say many thanks for you all who are present here with us today. I want to firstly, my task is very simple. And just to give thanks to all those that I will be mentioning. I want to say thanks for the entries, first of all, for allowing us to carry out this session. This year would have marked it 16 plus years since we are having this seminar. So please put your hands together. Thanks to the provider for the Rocket Center. Without those people, we could not have been here today. Thanks for all the presenters. I want to ask you if you enjoyed it. I'm not hearing it. Yes. I don't want to put you all on the spot, but what it is you all benefit from this symposium today? Well, I want to hear it. Proper information so that we could continue with this drive in the near distant future. So thank you. I want to thank all the volunteers. I want to thank the administrative staff of the entries, the parents and guardians that is here at present moment. I want to also say thanks to the Master of Ceremony, who did a fantastic job here this afternoon. I want to thank all the sponsors, Brighton P.I. Limited, Republic Bank Limited, which all get a lot of tokens, Scotia Bank Limited, Farmtech Caribbean Limited, Ventia Credit Union, Angostura Limited. I don't think that I missed anyone. So I know this brings us to the end of these proceedings. I also want to say a special thanks to Ms. Lucas, who came all the way from the US for this presentation. And along with that, I must say she brings her supporters with her too from Tobago. So again, it is a privilege for us to say thank you, Josanne, and for that wonderful presentation that you presented. And that motivational speech that she gave one word she used that will always outstand is stay focused and believe in yourself. If you don't do that, well, you have to try to start doing it. So always believe in yourself, whether it's in sport or academics, but believe in yourself and stay focused. I also want to say thanks that most of the board members made themselves present here with us this afternoon. I want to take this opportunity to say, safe journey, stay safe. We have a big festive holidays coming around us, which is Christmas. Athletes, eat plenty. I can't tell you don't eat, because Christmas time is to eat. But when you eat, please be reminded that you have to train hard to burn off the fats. Other members, I just want to say, on behalf of the Women's Committee and the entries, I want to say, have a Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous 2025. And with that, I just want to say thank you all. Have a good evening.
Great. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lucretia Warner Burns. Two things I want you to do for me. In your folders, there is a feedback information form I would like you all to fill out. And the second would be, before you leave, we need to take photos of you. Our sponsors would like to see that all their efforts have been put in play, and they would like to have some photos of what they've been given to you all these years. So please, before you leave, photo up and fill out the information form, and you could leave it at the desk, registration desk, as you leave. Thank you very much.
Call on the name and do something now.